Globalization and technology has transformed modern businesses. The modern economy today runs on globally interconnected value chains. May it be Indian Railways carrying 23 million passengers, or FedEx handling 29 million pounds of freight per day, or the famous Arvind Eye Care Hospital performing 1,500 surgeries daily. All entities owe their success to highly effective and synchronized operating model attributing operations excellence. Be it humanitarian supply chain, military operations, natural disaster management or workings of global businesses, operations excellence is a strategic weapon to many. Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nasik, a forerunner in anticipating the criticality that the field of operations beholds, is India's only institute fully dedicated to operations excellence. Under the gamut of Symbiosis International University, SIOM is a sui generis institution established with the mission of empowering and leading operations excellence. True to its mission, SIOM has been fueling the industry with operations professionals churned out of its flagship MBA program in operations management exclusively for engineers since its inception in 2005. Owing to its contributions to the field of operations, SIOM has grown beyond laurels of best industry-related curriculum, and it is all geared up towards Industry 5.0 with inclusion of machine learning, artificial intelligence and IIoT. Providing an excellent industry interface, SIOM, now an operational excellence hub, attracts top recruiters for operations-related profiles. SIOM boasts of its alumni presence and recruiters network in top companies across the sectors, be it manufacturing, logistics, retail, e-commerce, hospitality, banking and financial services, consultancy, pharmaceutical, and many more. Surmounting credibility by corporate recruiters is an outcome of holistic and multidisciplinary engagement of students, be it technical expertise, leadership values, or social sensibility initiatives, strategically woven in overall learning environment. Backed with robust project-based learning, Harvard simulations, case studies, research orientation and strategic industry interface through research conference, guest lectures, HR Summit, Operations Summit Tattv, TEDx, and 2 internships. The students are all geared up to take on the challenges of rapidly evolving technological capabilities and value chain complexities, the critical areas of concern for every organization today. SIOM, with intent of knowledge dissemination, offers corporate training programs, customized certifications and consultancy services in the area of operations. Some of our past and current beneficiaries include multinational corporations like GE, GSK and many more. Connect to us for anything and everything related to operations.
SIOM pulsates with the conviction that future CEOs and industry leadership will emerge from operations and supply chain domain, and we feel responsible towards it. This citadel of learning and competency development is exclusively for working executives, MBA aspirants, and the corporates. We act as catalysts to fuel their careers and, of course, develop operations competencies within organizations. This love for our niche has developed key result areas which will impact your triple bottom lines very, very positively. A perfect symbiosis of industry and academia. SIOM is one-stop shop for everyone who is excited about operations management. I invite you to SIOM not just to fuel your talent supply chain, but also to engage with us on your operations expertise and experiences. Come, let's engage.
Connect to the best in operations. Engage with SIOM for operations excellence. Globalization and technology has transformed modern businesses. The modern economy today runs on globally interconnected value chains. May it be Indian Railways carrying 23 million passengers, or FedEx handling 29 million pounds of freight per day, or the famous Arvind Eye Care Hospital performing 1,500 surgeries daily. All entities owe their success to highly effective and synchronized operating model attributing operations excellence. Be it humanitarian supply chain, military operations, natural disaster management or workings of global businesses, operations excellence is a strategic weapon to many. Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nasik, a forerunner in anticipating the criticality that the field of operations beholds, is India's only institute fully dedicated to operations excellence. Under the gamut of Symbiosis International University, SIOM is a sui generis institution established with the mission of empowering and leading operations excellence. True to its mission, SIOM has been fueling the industry with operations professionals churned out of its flagship MBA program in operations management exclusively for engineers since its inception in 2005. Owing to its contributions to the field of operations, SIOM has grown beyond laurels of best industry-related curriculum, and it is all geared up towards Industry 5.0 with inclusion of machine learning, artificial intelligence and IIoT. Providing an excellent industry interface, SIOM, now an operational excellence hub, attracts top recruiters for operations-related profiles. SIOM boasts of its alumni presence and recruiters network in top companies across the sectors, be it manufacturing, logistics, retail, e-commerce, hospitality, banking and financial services, consultancy, pharmaceutical, and many more. Surmounting credibility by corporate recruiters is an outcome of holistic and multidisciplinary engagement of students, be it technical expertise, leadership values, or social sensibility initiatives, strategically woven in overall learning environment. Backed with robust project-based learning, Harvard simulations, case studies, research orientation and strategic industry interface through research conference, guest lectures, HR Summit, Operations Summit Tattv, TEDx, and 2 internships. The students are all geared up to take on the challenges of rapidly evolving technological capabilities and value chain complexities, the critical areas of concern for every organization today. SIOM, with intent of knowledge dissemination, offers corporate training programs, customized certifications and consultancy services in the area of operations. Some of our past and current beneficiaries include multinational corporations like GE, GSK and many more. Connect to us for anything and everything related to operations.
SIOM pulsates with the conviction that future CEOs and industry leadership will emerge from operations and supply chain domain, and we feel responsible towards it. This citadel of learning and competency development is exclusively for working executives, MBA aspirants, and the corporates. We act as catalysts to fuel their careers and, of course, develop operations competencies within organizations. This love for our niche has developed key result areas which will impact your triple bottom lines very, very positively. A perfect symbiosis of industry and academia. SIOM is one-stop shop for everyone who is excited about operations management. I invite you to SIOM not just to fuel your talent supply chain, but also to engage with us on your operations expertise and experiences. Come, let's engage.
Connect to the best in operations. Engage with SIOM for operations excellence. Globalization and technology has transformed modern businesses. The modern economy today runs on globally interconnected value chains. May it be Indian Railways carrying 23 million passengers, or FedEx handling 29 million pounds of freight per day, or the famous Arvind Eye Care Hospital performing 1,500 surgeries daily. All entities owe their success to highly effective and synchronized operating model attributing operations excellence. Be it humanitarian supply chain, military operations, natural disaster management or workings of global businesses, operations excellence is a strategic weapon to many. Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nasik, a forerunner in anticipating the criticality that the field of operations beholds, is India's only institute fully dedicated to operations excellence. Under the gamut of Symbiosis International University, SIOM is a sui generis institution established with the mission of empowering and leading operations excellence. True to its mission, SIOM has been fueling the industry with operations professionals churned out of its flagship MBA program in operations management exclusively for engineers since its inception in 2005. Owing to its contributions to the field of operations, SIOM has grown beyond laurels of best industry-related curriculum, and it is all geared up towards Industry 5.0 with inclusion of machine learning, artificial intelligence and IIoT. Providing an excellent industry interface, SIOM, now an operational excellence hub, attracts top recruiters for operations-related profiles. SIOM boasts of its alumni presence and recruiters network in top companies across the sectors, be it manufacturing, logistics, retail, e-commerce, hospitality, banking and financial services, consultancy, pharmaceutical, and many more. Surmounting credibility by corporate recruiters is an outcome of holistic and multidisciplinary engagement of students, be it technical expertise, leadership values, or social sensibility initiatives, strategically woven in overall learning environment. Backed with robust project-based learning, Harvard simulations, case studies, research orientation and strategic industry interface through research conference, guest lectures, HR Summit, Operations Summit Tattv, TEDx, and 2 internships. The students are all geared up to take on the challenges of rapidly evolving technological capabilities and value chain complexities, the critical areas of concern for every organization today. SIOM, with intent of knowledge dissemination, offers corporate training programs, customized certifications and consultancy services in the area of operations. Some of our past and current beneficiaries include multinational corporations like GE, GSK and many more. Connect to us for anything and everything related to operations.
SIOM pulsates with the conviction that future CEOs and industry leadership will emerge from operations and supply chain domain, and we feel responsible towards it. This citadel of learning and competency development is exclusively for working executives, MBA aspirants, and the corporates. We act as catalysts to fuel their careers and, of course, develop operations competencies within organizations. This love for our niche has developed key result areas which will impact your triple bottom lines very, very positively. A perfect symbiosis of industry and academia. SIOM is one-stop shop for everyone who is excited about operations management. I invite you to SIOM not just to fuel your talent supply chain, but also to engage with us on your operations expertise and experiences. Come, let's engage.
Connect to the best in operations. Engage with SIOM for operations excellence.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We request the Digi Infra team to play the corporate video.
Globalization and technology has transformed modern businesses. The modern economy today runs on globally interconnected value chains. May it be Indian Railways carrying 23 million passengers, or FedEx handling 29 million pounds of freight per day, or the famous Arvind Eye Care Hospital performing 1,500 surgeries daily. All entities owe their success to highly effective and synchronized operating model attributing operations excellence. Be it humanitarian supply chain, military operations, natural disaster management or workings of global businesses, operations excellence is a strategic weapon to many. Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nasik, a forerunner in anticipating the criticality that the field of operations beholds, is India's only institute fully dedicated to operations excellence. Under the gamut of Symbiosis International University, SIOM is a sui generis institution established with the mission of empowering and leading operations excellence. True to its mission, SIOM has been fueling the industry with operations professionals churned out of its flagship MBA program in operations management exclusively for engineers since its inception in 2005. Owing to its contributions to the field of operations, SIOM has grown beyond laurels of best industry-related curriculum, and it is all geared up towards Industry 5.0 with inclusion of machine learning, artificial intelligence and IIoT. Providing an excellent industry interface, SIOM, now an operational excellence hub, attracts top recruiters for operations-related profiles. SIOM boasts of its alumni presence and recruiters network in top companies across the sectors, be it manufacturing, logistics, retail, e-commerce, hospitality, banking and financial services, consultancy, pharmaceutical, and many more. Surmounting credibility by corporate recruiters is an outcome of holistic and multidisciplinary engagement of students, be it technical expertise, leadership values, or social sensibility initiatives strategically woven in overall learning environment. Backed with robust project-based learning, Harvard simulations, case studies, research orientation and strategic industry interface through research conference, guest lectures, HR Summit, Operations Summit Tattv, TEDx, and 2 internships. The students are all geared up to take on the challenges of rapidly evolving technological capabilities and value chain complexities, the critical areas of concern for every organization today. SIOM, with intent of knowledge dissemination, offers corporate training programs, customized certifications and consultancy services in the area of operations. Some of our past and current beneficiaries include multinational corporations like GE, GSK and many more. Connect to us for anything and everything related to operations.
SIOM pulsates with the conviction that future CEOs and industry leadership will emerge from operations and supply chain domain, and we feel responsible towards it. This citadel of learning and competency development is exclusively for working executives, MBA aspirants, and the corporates. We act as catalysts to fuel their careers and of course develop operations competencies within organizations. This love for our niche has developed key result areas which will impact your triple bottom lines very, very positively. A perfect symbiosis of industry and academia. SIOM is one-stop shop for everyone who is excited about operations management. I invite you to SIOM not just to fuel your talent supply chain, but also to engage with us on your operations expertise and experiences. Come, let's engage.
Connect to the best in operations. Engage with SIOM for operations excellence.
As rightly said by Redsef Levy, there are times when there is a major disruption that suddenly implies what works so far is not going to work anymore, and you need a new playbook. With this beautiful thought, I, Kajal,
And I'm Shivang.
On behalf of the Symbiosis family, take immense pride in welcoming you all to the second day of the 15th edition of our annual flagship event, Tattv 2022, the National Operations Summit of Symbiosis Institute of Operation Management, Nasik.
The National Operations Summit is a flagship event of Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, organized annually with a lot of zeal and grandeur. Over the years, Tattv has consistently provided an engaging platform for sharing best practices and industry insights on operations management. It gives the opportunity to indulge in a meaningful dialogue with prominent industry stalwarts.
Post-COVID-19 pandemic, there has been a change in the way the firms look at supply chain and operations. The focus towards operation as conjecture of optimizing and sustaining business processes has been growing immensely. Redefining the industry standards according to the changing dynamics of the global business world, the new age professionals need to adjust to the change. The circumstances are beyond human control, but our conduct is in our own power. And hence, the theme for this edition of Operation and Supply Chain Conclave, Parivartan.
We would like to introduce our theme for the event, Parivartan, Redefining the Way Ahead. The sub-theme of today's episode is Parivartan, Revitalizing Supply Chain Management. We would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, Novarex, our global training partner, Radio Vishwas 90.8, our official radio partner, Day to Compete, our outreach partner, Campus Times Pune, our youth partner, ISCEA, SC Next India, global knowledge partner, The Celerity, our magazine partner, Interview Buddy, our education partner, Startup Talkie, our media partner, Notice Board, digital media partner, Badani Bros, our snacking partner, DU Beat, newspaper partner, Design Atelier, our gifting partner, and ED Times, our blogging partner.
Let me now introduce to you Associate Professor Dr. Surendra Kansara, the faculty convener of Tattv 2022. Dr. Surendra Kansara has total entrepreneurial experience of more than 18 years as an approved vendor to the automotive sector organization and MBA program teaching experience of 12 years. His academic and research area of interest includes service operation management with reference to the public system, operation and supply chain management, warehouse management and analytics, procurement and material management, quality management, Six Sigma, multi-criteria decision-making, and entrepreneurship. He published several papers in national and international conferences, including index journals. He has contributed immensely in the content development and delivery of the management development program in national and multinational organizations. He is an engineer by passion. He pursued post-graduation in entrepreneurship and venture management, production and material management, and marketing management. He also holds PhD in interdisciplinary management from Tata Institute of Social Sciences and PhD in Operation Management from SP Pune University, Six Sigma certification accredited by ASCB, and FDPM from IIM Ahmedabad. He is well versed with the startup incubation. Let me now invite Dr. Surendra Kansara to share a few words.
Well, hope I am audible.
Yes,
am
sir,
I audible?
you are properly
Yes.
audible.
Well,
Yes.
well. Yeah, so thank you very much for this nice introduction. On behalf of SIOM, good morning to all participants, delegates, students. So we are into the second final day of this event, Tattv 2022. And yesterday we had a first part held in association with CII, as we just now come to know. And the theme was exploiting industry 4.0. That is mainly a technological disruption. Industry 4.0 mainly as a technological disruption. So this Tattv event is, as we know, Operations Management Summit, and it is one of the flagship event of SIOM, held almost every year. And this is 15th version. This event provides us as an institute as an opportunity to interact with industries, helps to develop our insights, and hence it become contemporary. So we as an institute, academic institute, come to know about what is going on into industry from industry experts. As we know, in today's context, technology-oriented disruptions are playing a role in the evolution of even new business models. And at the same time, these are impacting uh, supply chain operations as well. The circumstances now demanding for agile and very sustainable measures. So when I say agility and sustainability measures, it is a kind of parivartan or say a change, which is a main theme this year. When we look at the present affairs, exploiting industry 4.0, that is mainly a technological disruption. And if we refer to the keyword that emerged from various research that is going on, what we find is the keyword like cyber physical systems, big data, and the cloud systems, Internet of Things, which is main part or going to be a main part in Industry 4.0. So a few more keywords are there, but these are typical one that we encounter or come across. The significance of Industry 4.0 expands really the motivation for analysts and specialists to create different strategies. And these different strategies are to survey and say comprehend the variability or viability of this concept. There are strong reasons behind making this a statement. Obviously, I referred to several research papers in this domain. The parameter of achievement, all this research really claims or argues that the parameters of achievement of Industry 4.0 are emerging one and little uncertain as these are emerging at this stage. The main issue, as argued by Zhu et al. In year 2018, are understanding machine-generated data and making decisions. So this is how that mapping is taking place. And yesterday also, in our first part of this event, this point emerged into the discussion. So it is a kind of cross verification of research and the practice. So this, that is understanding machine generated data and utilizing it for making decisions, really requires unique skill set and training as asserted by Wittenberg way back in year 2016. Here, the thing we should notice, the world is now facing two disruptions or say radical changes or even a parivartan, I would say, in the form of technology and a very recent COVID-19 pandemic. We are part of that and we know what has happened. So this widespread COVID really created major economic problems worldwide. It has also impeded the supply chain movement globally, as argued by Linton and Vakil in year 2020. So all these industrial sectors affected by very interrupted supplies. And then we know that through news we read that major e-retailer giants safeguarded their inventories to mitigate the risk, etc. And then as asserted by Haq and Islam in year 2018, with the experiences, societies have learned that they should not rely on a single base and they should share resources collaboratively to ensure uninterrupted supplies. Later on, Haran and Simchi Levy in year 2020 noted that more relaxed multimodal regulations enable the managers to source from any location in the world. That turns into multi-tier supply chains or supply base. Again, in research, it has been argued that multiple reasons put pressure on managers, and then they try to surpass this pressure by strategizing it in the form of contract manufacturing, say lean manufacturing. So yesterday, a new key term emerged, that digital lean management, offshoring, outsourcing, and so on. So as asserted by Hernandez and Haddad in year 2018, logistics service providers have really tried all possible transportation alternatives in such type of situations. But what we see is all these attempts proved to be ineffective when government really restricted the movements by sealing the borders, international, provincial, or maybe citywide. We know this. Obviously, there were some exemptions, but that resulted in all these disruptions. Thus, the practitioner are really insisted to reevaluate the supply chain strategies, and hence we can see that the Parivartan, which is again major theme of this event, is inevitable. Parivartan is really inevitable. Substantial literature is really available, focusing on supply chain risk evaluation and mitigations to reduce disruption concerning your disaster relief supply chain, as argued by Mark Saudi et al. In year 2018, and humanitarian operations, as asserted by Anaparasan and Legion in year 2017. So the uncertainty due to this pandemic really raises the difficulty to predict its impact. And it is because the outbreak that starts at very small scale and then get dispersed very quickly beyond the geographies. Again, this is also argued in relevant literature by renowned researchers like Ivanov in year 2020 and even before that. This lockdown and suspensions of public transportation left all these migrant people unfulfilled with necessities, at least at the beginning of this pandemic or pandemic-like situation. So here, no one-dimensional logistics approach or solution can work in this type of situations, since pandemic control even travel environment. Hence, existing humanitarian logistics models are really required to revisit to develop more harmonized or say collaborative approaches, as asserted by Dasaklis et al. Way back in year 2012. And hence we again see a Parivartan in near future. So we witness very fast products development, especially in health sector, and concurrently we see such a fast recovery of overall situation of the economy worldwide, and that was not predicted at all, that how fast we are going to recover from this current situation. Therefore, despite intensive research-based solutions on supply chain and its risk management, today all of this proved to be not sustainable. So in an attempt to explore more viable alternatives, this year the main focus of this summit is on Parivartan, that is revitalizing of supply chains in different sectors. That includes commercial supply chains or humanitarian supply chains, and its forms like technology driven or maybe autonomous and so on. So I'm very much sure that participation in this event, Tattv 2022, shall provide very good opportunities for researchers, practitioners, academicians, as a unique platform to know the views of the experts from the industries, their requirements, and to share their thoughts. So with this, I welcome all these today's guests and the experts. So Mr. Nitin Varki, and then Mr. Jaisal Doshi, who are going to deliver keynote address, and then Mr. Balakumar, Samir Yerpude, Mr. Jayant Ghatak, Mr. Subrajit Mujumdar, then comes Raj Kiran Kanagala, Abhinav Kalra, and Mr. Ajit Nair. So hearty welcome to all these experts. Thank you very much. So with this, I hand over to Kajal again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words. Without any further ado, let's kickstart the proceedings by introducing our first keynote speaker of the day. We have with us Mr. Nitin Varki.
Mr. Nitin Varki, with over 24 years of experience, He is currently the Vice President, Strategic Project Management, Organization Excellence and Innovation at Blue Dart. He is a dynamic and versatile leader with a proven track record in the logistic and supply chain industry. He has earlier worked with DPDHL and FedEx. His areas of expertise are operation management, value analysis, operational excellence, Six Sigma, quality management, and innovations. He is a project management professional with excellent stakeholder management skills and people management capabilities. We are glad to have you, sir. And today, sir will address us on the topic sustainable logistic practices.
The session would consist of 20 minutes of keynote speech, followed by 10 minutes of the Q&A session. Meanwhile, I request the delegates to post the questions in the chat box. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I hope I am visible and audible at the same time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you for the warm welcome. Good morning to Professor Surendra, to all the delegates and participants. I think the opening was excellent. A lot of insights and very close to what the industry thinks as well. Uh, Actually stole a lot of thunder of my opening keynote as well. So thank you for that. I will lay some references to what you have mentioned. The keynote that I will be addressing today, as Kajal mentioned, is on the sustainable logistics practices, and I will touch base a little bit on the environmental side and as well on the operational.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to interrupt you. So your voice isn't audible, sir. Could you just be a bit louder, please?
Is this better?
So a bit more towards the caller, if possible.
Yeah, okay. I think this should be fine now.
Yes, sir. It's better than previously.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So I will just quickly share my screen. I have a small presentation that I have prepared to support the keynote. Please let me know once you're able to see it.
Yes, sir. The screen is visible, sir.
All right, great. So, as we said, as mentioned earlier as well, we are in a state of change. And like all of you, I am also still a student of logistics because every day teaches us something new. We are learning as we go on the go, as they say, and every day is a different experience with all the disruptions coming about, with all the changes that we are seeing with the pandemic that hit us, and now we are trying to get back to normalcy. So with all of this, I think it is a complete learning process, and for for all of us, I think it is the time for Parivartan. Uh, Very quickly, let's start with the evolution of logistics. If you are aware, the origin of the term logistics actually came into the English, was attested in English in 1846, and it comes from the French origin of the word logistique, which primarily is the arm of the military that transports resources to the war front. So that's the origin. In supply chain, logistics is that portion of work which moves goods from one point to another point, primarily raw materials to finished goods to the consumer, and then from the consumer back to origin, which is the reverse logistics. So, starting from the 1900s with the development of the railroad, steamships, the telegraph, internal combustion engines, from there right up to logistics in a mechanized manner, to the computer era in the 1980s, 1990s, where we had ERP systems that uh, actually sustained that supported logistics become more rampant during those times, to the 21st century and beyond is which we are talking about, where globalization, development of computer technology, increased internet usage uh, is all a thing of the now and here. Uh, as Professor spoke, Industry 4.0 is here. It's disrupting logistics, it's disrupting all industry practices. We are all dependent on technological advancements, things like IoT, AI, ML, AR, blockchain. All of these are transforming supply chain on the whole and logistics. Now, why is logistics so critical for us? The logistics industry, if you look at the left side of the screen, you can see it's almost 12% of the global economy's GDP and worth almost 9.66 trillion globally. So it's a huge amount of money, it's a huge amount of cost, it's a huge amount of investment that goes into logistics. The Indian industry is growing at a CAGR of 17%. It is scheduled to reach 48,000 crores by 2023, and almost 3 lakh jobs are created due to logistics. So it is extremely critical. Logistics is all around us. Everything that we do, everything that happens around us is due to logistics. And in whatever big way, small way, organized, unorganized, it doesn't matter, but it is logistics. And with logistics, with the scale of logistics, also comes the impact that it has on the environment, right? So over the years, uh, we have been working to move goods from point A to point B and in the reverse manner, without actually thinking of the impact that it has on the environment, on the climatic changes. But as we move forward in the 21st century, I think it has become the need of the hour that people wake up to it. And with that, I want to bring to your attention, okay, some of the major modes of transportation globally. If you look at it and the impact that it has on the climate, uh, if you see roadways, okay, is the most widespread means of transportation. It has the highest impact on carbon footprint, and it is the least organized as well. Uh, Hence, it is extremely critical from an industry perspective that industry leaders are working towards identifying and uh, employing sources where this can be converted. The second highest, obviously, is the aviation, right? Other than the carbon footprint, there are also various other pollutants that are caused due to the aviation industry. But can we do without it? No, we definitely cannot do without any of these. We have to find ways and means of delivering better, more clean products as far as logistics is concerned, and ensuring that it has the least impact on the environment. Railways, least impact on the carbon footprint, but
full
it
screen
does
করো না?
ওটা দেখো কি করলো বাবা
but it does impact the immediate surroundings. And finally, on the marine side, which has the maximum usage of good transportation, uh, very heavy use of unrefined fuel. And the other major aspect of marine transportation is that there is a very high production of sulfur and nitrogen dioxide, which is extremely pollutant to the atmosphere. Um, so what are organizations doing when it comes to looking at these aspects and moving them into a greener type of transportation. And we will look at some of these things in a little more detail a little bit ahead. But in a nutshell, I think most organizations are moving wherever they can, from four-wheelers to two-wheelers, usage of electric bikes. Uh, Order batching is another way of not just optimizing operations, making it more sustainable from a organization perspective, but also from a climate perspective, because that many number of uh, run reductions, more planning, more organizing. um, Automation is another uh, big support to sustainability. And we spoke about the technological disruptions, usage of automated routing to ensure that a courier on the last mile or the first mile is having the minimum kilometer runs, which supports not just the productivity and the time sensitivity of the route, but also kilometer reduction, which helps in reducing the carbon footprint through the fuel consumption. And like I said, apart from the electric bikes, most organizations are also working on uh, electrifying their entire fleet with four-wheelers and the eight-wheeler vehicles now, the thing of the hour, right? If we look around. So, like I said, a 2020 report by the World Economic Forum predicts that by 2030, the growth of e-commerce alone will result in 36% more delivery vehicles. It will obviously then generate an additional of close to about 30 to 32% carbon emission. Also, apart from this, one startling fact is one an equivalent of one full truckload of plastics is currently being dumped into our ocean every minute. Think about it. With these startling facts, companies, the government, customers, all of them are taking steps to eliminate environmental harm. And as industry leaders, we also are forerunners in the entire gambit. Ecological balances and growing demand from the customer and the governments for sustainable solutions have pushed organizations, has pushed the industry to start innovating and looking at more sustainable, eco-friendly and go green products and processes within the logistics industry. Does it come with challenges? Yes, definitely, because today we are fragmented. The infrastructure, other than a few key big players, the industry is primarily fragmented and limited zero emission manufacturers. So the infrastructure in itself needs a lot of work on development in order to support industries be uh, carbon friendly, carbon neutral, and zero emission. The high capital costs of fleet and other real estate costs to get closer to customers. When you get closer to customers, obviously you're reducing your number of long hauls, you're reducing the runs because there is more consolidation, and that aids sustainable practices. But there is a cost of initial investment over a long period of time. That cost then gets neutralized because your running cost tends to reduce. Also, the government and regulatory support is required for industries as far as uh, sustainable practices are concerned, eco-friendly practices are concerned, which the government is taking steps. The government is going in the right direction, so it is just a matter of time that we get there. There are umpteen opportunities, some of it which directly impact us, some of it will impact generations to come. Optimization of transportation processes. Uh, Overall, it can lower carbon emissions. It can also lower operating costs or your running cost of operations although your initial investment may be slightly on the higher side, but and in the long run, if you the more sustainable, the more cost effective, and it can also be very operational optimal as far as processes are concerned. Savings in fuel, power, infrastructure cost, and other economic factors. Uh, when we switch to alternate energy sources, there is a reduction of maintenance costs. To give you an example, the running cost of an electric vehicle versus the traditional internal combustion engine is substantially different, because the number of moving parts in a EV is extremely less as compared to the ICE vehicle. So although the initial cost of acquirement is higher, but at a running cost level, be it the electricity or your fuel cost, be it your maintenance cost, in all respects, people find that electric vehicles are far better than the traditional internal combustion engine. Uh, if you look at the right side of the slide, there are a couple of things which have been put over there: process optimization, increased service availability, improved service quality, decreased decreased resolution time, and reduced cost. So all of these can be put together. You reduce the number of touch points, you increase your optimization, you increase productivity, and you reduce cost and emissions. The other thing that right now is the talk of the hour, is the need of the hour, and most industries are directly following through on it, is zero emission fleet, and we will look at it in a bit. And the other thing is the way logistics facilities are designed. Today you have LEED certifications for most facilities in order to look at the sustainability aspects of logistics infrastructure, of logistics facilities, ensuring that there is more reusability, there is more recyclability, and ensuring that more natural resources are used rather than burning of artificial resources. So this is something that most organizations are looking at from a sustainability, both from an environment perspective and also from a business perspective. The bottom left hand side has a bar over there just for your reference. So the banner is as per a study which has been done by DHL globally, and it's based on the DHL trend report, and looks at which are the industries which are most impacted by uh, either sustainability, sustainable actions, or the lack of it. Right? So we talk about auto, we talk about engineering, manufacturing, we talk about technology, energy, life sciences, healthcare, and obviously e-retail. So the ones highlighted in yellow are the ones which are most impacted by each of these aspects, and the ones which are grayed out are the ones which are maybe not so impacted by this aspect, but maybe a different aspect. So just wanted to bring that to you because that would be there on all the slides, so it can be for your own reference. Very quickly moving on, we spoke about logistics, but logistics is incomplete without reverse logistics, right? So you have the forward logistics, which is from raw material of reverse logistics is, according to the Council of Logistics Management, the process of implementing, controlling, and planning the cost effective flow of finished goods, raw materials, and in process inventory from the point of consumption to the point of origin. And some of these return reverse logistics aspects would be return of goods from the customer, return of unsold products, reuse of packaging, refurbishment of goods, repair and maintenance, remanufacturing or recycling, reselling in the secondary market. So all of these would fall under, it's a non-exhaustive list, but most of these uh, directly implement the reverse logistics cycle in logistics, and each of them have a measure attached to it. If you look at the bottom of the slide, so why is it important? uh, Reverse logistics obviously can provide a lot of inputs and insights to the customer as to what is their forward logistics output. uh, it has a potential to reduce losses and increase revenue. Enhanced services, to give you an example, if you are buying something online and you have two vendors on a marketplace which is selling a particular product that you're looking for at the same price, one says free returns within 14 days and the other one doesn't have a return policy, right? As an individual, as a consumer, what would you go for? Obviously the one that gives you a hassle free return or a reverse process to you as a consumer. So it is that kind of service, and hence reverse logistics today is becoming more and more critical, more and more eminent as far as logistics is concerned, to the extent that a lot of logistics companies have begun to realize that without reverse logistics, forward logistics is getting impacted. Okay, it is an opportunity also to reduce waste. Every time you have additional inventory which goes back into the reverse logistics, into the origin, and revitalizes and comes back as fresh inventory, it supports reuse, it supports recycling, uh, packaging which is unused instead of disposal. Today a lot of organizations are reusing it, recycling it, so that there is bringing down of inventory cost, reduction of carbon footprint, and improvement of the total supply chain cycle altogether, right? Because all waste in the system that we have is a muda which we want to get rid of. So what is critical as far as logistics on the reverse cycle is concerned? Just like the forward logistics, it is very critical that we optimize reverse logistics. So far, till maybe 3 to 5 years ago, people did not give so much focus onto reverse logistics. But today, all organizations that are into logistics, all supply chain organizations are giving a lot of focus on uh, reverse logistics. Uh, there are few things that people are doing very rampantly as far as reverse logistics. One is reviewing exactly, uh, revising and optimizing reverse logistics, optimizing and reviewing return policy with customers, so making it more logistics friendly, ensuring the vendor agreements are already put in place for reverse logistics. A lot of organizations are outsourcing to uh, key niche players as far as reverse logistics is concerned. Automation is across the board. Automation is looking at every aspect of logistics, and reverse logistics is nothing different. So there is a lot of automative solutions. There is a lot of automation that is being put into place as far as reverse logistics is concerned. And there is also a concept today called uh, centralized return centers, or CRCs, which are dedicated reverse logistics processing centers, wherein wherein commodities which are returned to origin from destination, from consumers, from customers, is managed over there. It is either recycled, it is reused, it is remanufactured, or it is repaired and put back into the into use. Okay, the other thing which is very critical is the on the reverse logistics is e-waste disposal. Okay, if you see today, e-waste is one of the biggest concerns for us as far as the environment is concerned, as far as sustainability is concerned. So e-waste disposal is another huge segment in the reverse logistics cycle, which is being very, very critically observed and followed by a lot of big organizations. Even the unorganized sector now is beginning to get into these kind of disposals. Reverse logistics is a very key element of the supply chain, and it will have to be sustainable. There is not going to be any difference going forward between forward logistics and reverse logistics. For everything that is part of the logistics cycle, whether forward or reverse, is got to be sustainable. Otherwise, there is no way forward. Okay, so how do we get into sustainability? We quickly looked at it in the previous slide. Now we'll get into some details. Uh, as we already saw, vehicles is the highest contributor to carbon emission, and hence it is extremely critical for us in general to have a fix for it, right? Whether it is a logistics industry, whether it is any supply chain, or it is any OEM also for that matter, I think the problem looms true for everybody, including us as individuals. So what is the present problem? Increasing number of automobiles. We need a long-term solution for it. Our oil reserves are declining on a day-to-day basis, and we are all aware of that. We need vehicles which are independent of these oil resources. So we have to have an alternative fuel solution. Global warming, uh, the I don't need to say anything about it. We are all aware of it. So what do we do? What do industries do in order to make our uh, fleet more eco-friendly? The quick answer is electrification. So just like a lot of players in the industry, Blue Dart is also forerunner as far as electrification of the fleet is concerned. But before we go there, I think we need to understand what are the different types of electrification, because there are various types of it, and the impact of each of it is very different. So you have the conventional, which is your internal combustion engines, which has the highest carbon footprint currently. Then you have a hybrid model, which is the internal combustion engine, which is backed by the battery, which reduces about 10 to 15% of the emissions. Then you have a plug-in hybrid, which is an internal combustion engine supported by an additional alternator, which puts electric thrust to the internal combustion engine, reducing the requirement of fossil fuel and increasing the sustainability and reducing the carbon footprint. It also gives you a lot of efficiency as compared to the internal combustion engine. And the last, or the best way at this point in time, which most fleet owners, which most logistics providers are looking at, is electric vehicles, which is uh, totally powered by an electric motor and supported by battery, which is charged on electricity at regular cycles. Apart from this, there are also other alternative fuels like hydrofuels, hydrocarbons, which are still very nascent. We don't as yet have the wherewithal for it. As far as EVs are concerned, the government is moving in that direction. There is still challenges. Like I said earlier, the cost of initial uh, acquirement is on the higher side, uh, because of which a lot of the unorganized sectors where people already have traditional vehicles are a little hesitant to transmit or transfer to electric vehicles. But sooner or later, with the push of the government, it is bound to happen. It is something which is completely inevitable with our current situation. The other thing that has to also happen parallelly is the infrastructure as far as charging and range related issues are concerned, has to be improved. On a daily basis there are new innovations There are improvements in the battery structures. There is improvement in the range capability, which reduces range anxiety, and there is more infrastructure as far as charging is concerned. If you look around you, previously you used to have only petrol and diesel fuel stations. Today you have electric stations as well. So these are things that the government is doing. These are things that private players are very actively engaging with the government and doing it on themselves. Blue Dart is also tied up. We associate with Rocky Mountain Institute and Niti Aayog, and we are supporting on a lot of such activities on electrification of fleet, and we are happy to be the forerunner on that side. The other aspect of logistics, which most of the time goes unnoticed, is packaging material, right? It is like the intangible carbon footprint creator as far as logistics is concerned. If you have movement of goods, you will always have packaging material, and there will always be waste. In turn, this waste will impact the environment if not handled correctly. Hence, it is imperative that we rethink packaging to make it more sustainable and to ensure maximum reusage of packaging materials uh, than we've ever seen before. If you have noticed, all of us buy products online. Initially, we used to get products packed in a big carton box, a small, probably, if somebody had to order a cup, a porcelain cup, it would come in a big box with a lot of bubble wrap, with a lot of things around it. Today, if you look at it, packaging is more eco-friendly, so it's all reusable material, and there is automation which has been deployed as far as packaging is also concerned. There are robots which actually pack products to the size and dimension of the product. So you don't have the erstwhile big boxes and then you fit the shipment into the box. You have the shipment or the commodity, and then the packaging happens around it. So what is the advantage? One, the packaging in itself is eco-friendly. Two, the volumetric consumption is far lower, the volumetric space, which reduces the underutilization of any cabin space of the vehicle or of the aircraft or whichever mode of transport that you use. And third, it is very fast, it is economical, and it is also more convenient for people to carry. Apart from this, there is another concept which initially, for those of us who have been in the logistics, in the freight forwarding, in the transportation industry, have seen these huge big pallets, wooden pallets that would get used, or plastic pallets that would get used, go somewhere and get thrown out. This itself increase the carbon footprint by about 20 to 30% of the logistics industry. Today, most organizations are using reusable packaging, reusable pallets, so that what happens is that although the initial cost of procurement is higher, but because of reusability, it becomes an extremely economically viable solution for most of the transportation industry. There is a challenge, however. There is a challenge because unless you have a very strong method and algorithm based process of return to origin of these empty pallets or empty packing material, there will always be a management issue of these packaging. So there are also organizations today which support as a third party to ensure that there is no shortage of reusable packaging material, reusable pallets or cartons anywhere across the industry. Okay, so this is very quickly on the environment side, on the sustainability thereof. Now coming to operations, and we spoke about earlier, we heard the migrant labor issues The issues with manpower will continue to keep surmounting, both by way of the lack of of skilled labor. I'm talking more on the casual labor side, and also the availability of labor. Okay, so what we have, what has changed is the usage of automation, the usage of robotics, the usage of micro fulfillment centers in order to ensure that operations is optimized, ensure that productivity is increased, and ensure that it is also sustainable, because most of these things are electricity driven and they are already sustainable in nature. If uh, for your information, even humans have a carbon footprint, and every resource that they use also impacts global warming, also impacts the green gas transmissions. So now the question that most people ask is, with all this automation, with robots, what happens to the jobs? The question is, what happened during the computer era? Everybody said that there will be no jobs left for humans when once the computers were used in all kinds of industries. But did that happen? No, it only added to the jobs. It only increased the employment ratio. The only difference being is that you needed to have a different skill set. You needed to upskill in order to stay relevant, and that is what we are talking about will be the change as we go forward. People will have to upskill. There will have to be, and so close to what you are mentioning with Parivartan, all of us have to go through those changes on a day-to-day basis. Even we have to learn, although we've been in the industry for 20, 22, 24 years, on a daily basis we are learning something new. So automation is the thing of the now and future. It is going to disrupt logistics completely. It will increase agility. It will increase the elasticity of logistics, making it more agile. It will, using algorithms, it will be more pull based logistics rather than push based logistics, which was a thing of the past. Utilization will improve, productivity will improve, health and safety of employees will improve, because from doing a lot of manual effort, manual work, now they will just have to sit and guide robots, or guide automated sorting machines, or autonomous vehicles. You have follow me vehicles. So all of this also works well with the OHS, which is uh, organizational health and safety of employees. There are challenges. It is still nascent. There is still, day by day there are disruptions, there are innovations which are coming up. So do you be a first mover, or do you have a wait and watch attitude, is the question that a lot of industries today currently have. Even in logistics, a lot of organizations are decisive or indecisive on which way they want to move as far as automation. But let me tell you, there is no other way. Automation is here to stay, and automation is only supporting the businesses, from whatever that we have seen in our organization as well, right? Uh, there would be some amount of legal challenges, regulatory issues which you have to overcome. You have to ensure that the safety and security of humans working near robots is taken care of. So because of that, you can't have any proximity. And like I said, there are ethical challenges which labor unions are posing. But again, it is only something that supports development. People need to upskill, and people need to come in line with the moving trends, the changing trends, and the trends of tomorrow. Okay, another aspect that I wanted to touch upon, although it is very nascent, it is not very rampantly used, it is not very much imbibed into the system as far as logistics is concerned, but it is something that is extremely critical and a thing of the future. So a blockchain is a distributed database that is shared among the nodes of a computer network, right? As a database, a blockchain stores information electronically and in a digital format. The innovation with a blockchain is that it generates the fidelity and security of a record of data and generates trust without the need of a third party, right? As a result of this, what also happens is that a lot of paper trails are avoided. It supports uh, sustainability. It supports a reduction of the carbon footprint thereby. The goal of blockchain is to allow digital info to be recorded and distributed, but not edited. In this way, a blockchain is the foundation of innate ledgers or record transactions that cannot be altered, deleted, or destroyed. This is why blockchains are also known as distributed ledger technology or DLT. Sooner or later, this technology is going to come in, and organizations have already started with the use of it for transparent and very upfront communication, information flow to customers, uh, billing related issues, billing related queries. Uh, all of this is being worked today through blockchain by ensure, and that ensures that the paper trails have been taken away, have been taken care of, which helps organizations be more agile, be more flexible, and at the same time be very sustainable as well. And finally, we also spoke about big data analytics. We spoke about Industry 4.0. We spoke about automation disruptions. We spoke about technological disruptions. Big data analytics is something that is part of us now, right? The use of artificial intelligence, the use of machine learning for analytics, both on the predictive side, on the reactive side, is getting more and more importance in the logistics industry. More organizations, more logistics players are looking at algorithm based intuitive logistics. They are ensuring that they have data lakes with BI stacks, uh, predictive modeling to ensure that they know where the product has to be when, and at that time the product has to be there. If you see, erstwhile people used to say, okay, we will give you a delivery in 2 days, in 4 days, in 5 days. Today people are talking about same day delivery, 30-minute delivery, 10-minute delivery at certain places in certain pin codes. So these are all coming true because of the analytics behind it, because of the algorithms behind it, and because of the way that it is being used in order to make a delivery uh, uh, more flexible, more close to market, and more customer oriented. So everything that is being done today, even from a technology perspective, is being done from a customer orientation perspective. Real-time process optimization and simulation is very critical, and those are some of the key developments. Predictive modeling, fault detection. So prior to an error happening, you ensure that you have taken the necessary action. So you are not firefighting, you are fire preventing. In Six Sigma terms, in lean terms, we call it pokayoke, right? It is mistake proofing, or ensuring that the mistake doesn't happen itself. Data rectification, logistical modeling, that is another big one, where people are looking at markets, they are looking at cost points, they are looking at ensuring that the logistic footprint is more data driven today as compared to previously, when it was more opinion or voice based, from voice of the customer based modeling. AI and ML goes hand in hand with all of this, and all this put together, I think, gives us the process control and process capability that we need to service our customers for tomorrow. Uh, everything that we do in the logistics industry today is all based on data. Nothing, yes, we get a lot of input from customers, and based on that input or based on the voice of the customer, there is a lot of back end data churning. There is a lot of back end analytics that goes on, which actually go to correlate with what the customer is saying or asking, and on the basis of that, most solutions are being generated today. So product development uh, today is system and data driven as much as it is also customer focused and customer centric. In a nutshell, this is some of the aspects that of our logistics industry which are going through rampant change, and it is up to organizations who are forerunning in this industry, who are the leaders like Blue Dart. So there are a lot of things that we do at Blue Dart as well, which I would like to share with you from a very tactical and industry perspective. So route automation and optimization is something that we started in Blue Dart maybe somewhere in 2009, and it has been, we have kept on developing it till we have reached today a dynamic route of optimization and automation model, where at the time of the loading of the shipment at the origin itself, we have the route being generated for the last mile courier. So if maybe a day or 2 days in advance itself, we know what is the route density. Accordingly, we ensure the manpower is available. And most importantly, what this does is, apart from giving the approximate load on the route, it is also telling you what is the most optimum route a courier should take in order to make the deliveries in the fastest and most efficient manner. Efficiency over here is both as far as time is concerned and as far as resources are concerned. To give you an example, we have an average of 15 to 20% increase of productivity per individual uh, using these tools, which has helped us tremendously in bringing up our delivery ratios and ensuring that we provide the best service to the customer. Another thing sounds small is linerless label, and this is something where we have labels which are stuck on the shipment to identify the destination and the routing of the shipment. Uh, Seems very small. There is no back peel of the sticker, but think about it. With close to 1 million shipments per day, approximately two stickers per shipment, and if it is multiple pieces, that many more. What is the kind of carbon or paper reduction, and this is all plastic paper, that it is being reduced just by this one simple innovation. So these are the kind of things that we do in Blue Dart in trying to support sustainability and the environment. Digitalization of the paper trail, in the erstwhile days, people used to go out with big A4 size papers with pickup details and delivery details, and they used to take the signature on it. Today, everything is on handhelds. There are no papers. So many thousands and millions of trees are actually saved on that. Contactless delivery, again, usage of handheld devices, digitization, which is actually supporting both optimization, efficiency, and also sustainability. E-vehicles we already spoke about. And last but not the least, I would like to touch upon one product which we announced in December 2011, called the carbon neutral service, and this is across international and domestic markets. We provide our customers on a demand basis, so that it's a cost based provision, uh, where we have an environmentally responsible shipping option to neutralize the carbon emissions produced by the transportation leg of the shipment. So we are tied up with various organizations across the globe, from where we get carbon credits, and those carbon credits can be provided to those customers who opt for it in order to uh, neutralize the carbon footprint of their logistics shipment. Okay, so if I can quickly move on, in Blue Dart, apart from the normal operations and logistics activities, we are extremely focused on ESG, which is the new terms. We have a very stringent target on clean operations. We have a target. We had a target of 30% reduction of carbon footprint uh, in 2020, of which we have already achieved. We already achieved 33%, and it is a uh, progressive target towards reaching a zero emission as a vision in 2050. Uh, in order to support all of these, we have planted about 500,000 trees since 2017, and this will offset about 111 million kilos of CO2 per year. Uh, for a lot of these environmental activities that Blue Dart has started and is on the journey with, we have been recognized by Green Freight Asia for our commitment to adopting green road freight practices and ensuring that we are a sustainable organization. Apart from this, also on the social side, there is a lot of work that we do, uh, be it teaching the young underprivileged students, uh, cancer support. Also, our aviation, Blue Dart is the only express company in India that has its own aviation fleet. We ensure that from an aviation perspective also, we are completely sustainable. We use a lot of ground handling equipment which are all electric in nature, and rather than using fossil fuels, we ensure our flight routes are such that we have the minimum wastage, and we ensure maximum utilization of our aircrafts, because that is another form of wastage which actually impacts sustainability and the environment as well. On the governance side, we have been always up there, and governance and uh, regulatory has been a top of agenda as far as Blue Dart and DHL, which is the global counterpart, is concerned. Uh, we have got various awards from a risk management perspective. Some of them mentioned over there: the ICICI India Risk Management Awards, the 10 by 10 Best Compliance Team Award from Legacies, also the very coveted Golden Peacock Award for corporate ethics. So all in all, as an organization, as a company, I think Blue Dart has always tried to maintain a sustainable operations, both from a climate perspective, from an environment perspective, and also from a business perspective. So thank you very much. With that, I end my keynote, and I am open to any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful session.
And in the interest of time, sir, we will now collate the questions and communicate them with you. Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable insights on sustainable logistic practices.
Thank you. I hope it was indeed valuable, and there was some new aspects that I have managed to bring out to you. Things what I put in there was what we are actually using in the industry.
Yes, sir, it was an interesting session, sir. So,
Yes, sir.
yes.
I would now like to thank our sponsors: Novarex, our global training partner; Radio Vishwas 90.8, our official radio partner; Dare to Compete, our outreach partner; Campus Times Pune, our youth partner; ISSCA Next India, global knowledge partner; The Celerity, our magazine partner; Interview Buddy, education partner; Startup Talkie, our media partner; Notice Board, our digital media partner; Budani Bros, a snacking partner, DU Beat, a newspaper partner, Design Atelier, a gifting partner, and ED Times, a blogging partner. We will now move on to the next session.
So let us now go further with the panel discussion on the topic Omnichannel Supply Chain.
Introducing our moderator for the panel discussion, Dr. Samir Yerpude. Dr. Yerpude is a high-performing management executive with an experience of 22 plus years in organizations such as Mahindra and Tata Motors. He possesses expertise in building digital and connected ecosystems, optimizing organizational processes, and provisioning infrastructure to maximize business results in different business functions. A skilled strategist who is capable of transforming strategic plans into workable solutions and benchmarks performance against key operational targets. Dr. Yepude holds doctorate on Internet of Things, Augmented Supply Chain Management. We are glad to have you, sir.
Thank you. Pleasure's mine.
Introducing our first panelist for the discussion.
Our first panelist is Mr. T.K. Balakumar. Mr. Balakumar has an experience of 30 plus years spanning over different industries like electronics, BPO, telecom, and retail, and has an expertise in operations, P&L, and customer experience management. He has worked with many brands like Xerox India, IBM, Airtel, and Tata Teleservices. Sir is the Chief Operating Officer at Big Basket, where he leads a team of over 20,000 employees. Sir has built and led many cross-functional teams and has a proven track record of delivering high-quality performance across diverse industries and businesses. Sir also has an advanced leadership development degree from INSEAD. We are very grateful to have you, sir.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to the session.
Our next panelist is Mr. Jayant Ghatak, Head Supply Chain, Paid. Mr. Jayant, alumnus of XLRI Jamshedpur, is a renowned personality with an experience of over 2 decades and counting across different industries like e-commerce, 3PL, FMCG, telecom, FMCD, bulk, petroleum, spare parts, engineering, and cosmetics. He is a senior leader, logistic and supply chain management professional, and business acumen, having turned around business, mentored teams for excellence with some of the most recognized business and brands like Shop CJ, Flipkart, Oriflame, Drive India, and Reliance Logistics. He is a subject matter expert in various spheres like logistic and supply chain operations, revenue optimization, P&L, warehouse management, service offering innovations, inventory planning and management, last mile distribution, reverse logistics, 3PL performance, and supply chain model design. Sir is also awarded for professional excellence in the 87th Procurement Award Summit 2017. We are very grateful to have you, sir.
The third panelist for this session is Mr. Subrajit Majumdar. Sir has over 20 plus years of experience in logistics, business development, operations, and supply chain management. Sir has been associated with many reputed firms like Infibeam, Avenues Infinite Private Limited, Traders, Taj Online, Network 18, Rediff.com, Reuters India, to name a few. Sir is currently the Vice President at Ecom Express Limited, which is a leading end-to-end technology-enabled logistics solutions provider to the Indian e-commerce industry. Sir is a specialist in logistics operations, strategic planning, inventory management, and sourcing, with a track record of building growth, profitability, and improving the process efficiency. We are glad to have you, sir.
Thanks so much for the introduction, and my pleasure joining this elite panel. Look forward to a very interactive session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. This session is divided into 2 segments, 40 minutes for the panel discussion and 10 minutes for the Q&A session. Samir, sir, we can now proceed with the discussion.
Well, thanks a million for such a kind introduction. And let me straight away start with a person's name whom we all know, Elon Musk. Right now, Elon Musk once stated a very interesting statement he made. He said the supply chain stuff is really tricky. But for me, I am a firm believer of the people who have stated that, the impossible is possible in supply chain. For me, supply chain is like nature. It kind of exists everywhere. Well, past couple of years have thrown some unforeseen challenges at us, forcing the organizations to adopt to omni-channel supply chain strategies. Citing the positives, it has helped us build resilience and power to innovate. It has made us believe that sky is not the limit. Especially looking at the e-com numbers, which has touched 5,500 billion US dollars in 2021. Today, I have the privilege to present to you, an esteemed panel with a total of about 100 years of experience, right? 100 years of experience, let me repeat, and who have proved that innovation has no boundaries. With that prelude, let me get to directly my first panelist, Bala. Well, ever since the pandemic hit us, organizations have hunted for alternatives to serve its customers. Now, interestingly, what I have seen is typically if I talk of Big Basket, your organization deals with the essential commodities. We are eager to hear, and as well as my delegates, they're eager to hear what measures did Big Basket take to sustain as well as improve the business performance. Over to you, Bala.
Thanks, Amir. I think it's a question that has been posed several times, and for instance, I just want to go back to. Honestly speaking, when I relive those moments, it creates goosebumps in me. Still go back to March 20. I think it was the end of March 20 when the Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced the lockdown. And next day, it was almost a near collapse for us in terms of operation. Just to give you some very quick numbers, we used to deliver almost about 2.5 lakh orders per day at that particular point of time. Once the lockdown was announced, next day the capacity is depleted from 100% to probably something like less than 20%. Even the 20% was ready to come, we're not able to come to office because there was no transport. Because as you can imagine, most of the capacity is built by people who depend on public transport, right? We were left wondering, what do we do? What are we going to do? And on top of it, the expectation from customers was that we were essential service providers, right? Essential commodities providers. So therefore, on the one side, the demand was shooting up. The demand was going to 5x and 6x. Our capacity dwindled down to 1/5 of what we used to have. So it was an extremely tough situation, challenging situation, I would say. We had to regroup ourselves as a management council. We used to huddle at least 3 times a day, trying to find out what do we do. On top of it, ground was full of confusion and commotion, right? While everybody knew that we were, serving essential commodities, government also had declared it, but on the ground, police thought otherwise. So they didn't know. They didn't know that they used to stop us also. So they used to, in some pockets, even our personnel were harassed, so to speak, because they thought they were violating the guidelines stipulated by the government and all. Quickly, we just got into act. I think the key 3 things I want to just say, what made us turn around. First, we decided that, I think we have to do more with less. So that was the theme that we ran across the organization. Because demand went up and capacities dwindled down. Therefore, the theme had to be do more with less. So with whatever we have, then we revisited every aspect of our business, starting from technology, the server capacity, people capacity, then the inventory management in the warehouse. How can we optimally use the space that we have? How can we reduce the number of items and then increase more the quantity of the high demand items, serve more customers, and variety of things we did. Like I was telling some of the other sessions that I attended, we had to even take calls about shutting down traffic. The online, as you are all aware that we are an online business, we have to shut down the online traffic from the rest of the country other than the places where we are operating from. And even in the city that we were operating, we had to take the tough call to say no to new customer. Very unorthodox decision, but we had to take that because we realized that it's important that we serve our existing customer at that particular point of time. And before we were able to build capacities and reopen the services to all. We did all that, do more with less, some unorthodox and unpleasant decisions, if I can relive those moments. And slowly, in about a couple of months' time, we were able to completely rebuild the capacity. In fact, surpass our own numbers that we had planned for, because it's always said, no, the mother of the necessity, the mother of invention. So the necessity around what's happening in the marketplace really pushed us to innovate every aspect in the entire supply chain management, starting with technology, supply chain teams, and vendor management. Everywhere, there were many situations where we had to send our vehicles to pick up the articles from our vendors, because vendors were not having vehicles and they were not getting permission. So we had to collaborate at a very high level to make sure that we make the opportunity as a huge win-win for all. Therefore, the first wave handling was very tough for us. Thankfully, when the second wave hit us, I think we had the experience of handling it first. And we also knew what were our pitfalls. Therefore, we were able to also manage that. So I would say from an operations point of view, I think the second wave management was comparatively much easier, because we had to just copy paste all the proven practices of the first wave. And as we speak, we are just still yet to come out of the third wave. I think it's been a fairly smooth ride so far. And, finally, net result is that we were able to, substantially grow our business from where we used to be, to the extent of almost doing 2x of business, or maybe a little more than that, compared with what we were doing in the year 1920.
Wonderful, wonderful. I mean, I really take these three words, which is more with less, number one. Number two, revisiting, your own processes as well as what you have. And third is the kind of segmentation that you spoke about in terms of, maybe saying no to new customers, keeping the loyalty alive of the old customers, and so on and so forth. But this kind of, brings me to a very interesting question for which I would look forward to Jayanta. Jayanta, I feel that omnichannel shopping is becoming the new norm, right? It is quintessential that the retail customers, I mean, they are expecting deliveries faster, impeccable, they're expecting impeccable omnichannel service. Doing so, what do you think is required to build this new supply chain that just now, Bala spoke about? If I could hear from you, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much for, first of all, to Symbiosis for having me on the show and this panel. Good to be here, and also being very privileged to be part of this esteemed panel. Coming back to this question, I think when we talk about omnichannel, two or three things that immediately comes to mind is, a brick and mortar store or a website, or, online shops, etc. But I think there are a lot more other stuff that will as well there, like, you can order through a call center. It can be a pop-up store. It can be a retail DC, an e-commerce DC, etc. So there are multiple channels wherein a retail outlet or an organization can ensure that they satisfy the customer, they take care of the customer needs. So now coming back to specifically the question that you had put up. So the key motto for any business, for that matter, is especially in omnichannel shopping option, is to give, is keeping the customer as the forefront and giving all the convenience that the customer is looking for. Now, what does the customer look for? The customer looks for is a seamless shopping experience, flexible delivery, options, easy goods return policies, buy online, collect in store, return in store, possibly free delivery, and so on and so forth. So therefore, keeping everything in mind, what we need to look into before we jump into what is the supply chain network that we need to look into. We need to keep in mind that what are the building blocks that one, as an organization, you need to think through when you're looking to have an omni-channel activity to take care of the customer expectations and the experience part of it. So one is that strategy that you want to follow. What are the kind of information flow that is there? What is the physical flow of stocks or movements of products that you need to look into? What are the kind of process automation that you are trying to build in? What are the nodes of last mile delivery that you would like to have? And how do you leverage the information flow and the partner assets that you want to have? Now, these are very key elements that, or building blocks that you look into when you decide on your supply chain network. Now, one thing needs to be very clear in everybody's mind is that one size doesn't fit all. We just Bala talked about the big basket thing, the essential commodity piece. Now, what is important for the essential commodity? What is the customer expectation in terms of the essential commodity would not be there for an apparel store, maybe, right? It would be completely different. And if you and me are the consumers who are looking to buy products, we are probably looking at a much faster delivery for an essential commodity than probably an apparel, which we are willing to wait for a day or two. We would all like things to happen at the click of a button. But I think, deep down, when you look into it, when you analyze the customer behavioral pattern and so forth, this is what you find. So therefore, you need to look into which is the category that you're working in and accordingly plan your supply chain network based on the 7 blocks or the 7 blocks that I mentioned earlier.
Absolutely.
One of the
And
key,
sorry, go ahead.
One of the key aspects of this is to look at, it's a barter between the cost and the convenience, and to ensure that you mitigate them. You look at two very, very key elements in designing your supply chain network is how is your channels that you have, that you are making it as part of your omnichannel system are interacting with each other, and what are the partner assets that you're trying to leverage? Because you are, as I mentioned, you are trying to do a barter between the cost and the convenience to ensure that you have a cross-channel strategy across. So therefore, these factors keeping in mind, one would probably look at how to design the supply chain network.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more, Jayant. And honestly, I am very happy to hear that, because we to our customers, right? And hearing organizations talking about being customer centric, or for that matter, leveraging the information flow. These are certain key which I definitely believe will help us, the kind of process automations that you spoke about. Coming to automation and leveraging the information flow with the customer being at the center. I would now go to Shubhrajit, who has been kind of there in the digital space and around the technologies that they have implemented. So Shubhrajit, digital technologies for me kind of enable customization or personalization very, very effectively. So we would like to hear from you on the role of technology delivering an omni-channel experience. We have heard Jayanta speak about the multiple channels. He spoke about call center. He spoke about a lot of different channels, and customer is free to kind of get into all these channels for ordering. So just wanted to hear your thoughts on the role of digital technologies, which will basically help enhance this customer experience, keeping the sanity of the supply chain. Over to you, Shubhrajit.
Yeah, thanks, Samir. Before I get directly to answering your questions, probably a short description of what actually omnichannel is. Let me begin with that. So it's typically it's no longer a corporate buzzword these days, omnichannel. And omnichannel now is not good to have; it's must to have. That's the approach that as a company, Ecom Express has also taken. But what is omnichannel? Omnichannel is basically a multi-channel approach, to sales that focus on providing a seamless customer experience, and probably that was Bala and Jayant was also referring to. And irrespective from where whether the customer is shopping, it could be online, it could be a website, or it could be in store, or it could be social media as well. The other definition could also be, it's a lead nurturing and user engagement approach, right? In that sense that a company will give access to a customer, right, of their products and what is being offered as a service, that too seamlessly across various options, right? Coming to your question, Samir, is what is the successful strategies, for a robust omni-channel strategies? So there are 4 basic tenets or pillars of an omni-channel approach. One is it should have an integrated supply chain strategy. Second most is, inventory transparencies across all the channels. Technology footprint, right, which is the main question that you asked. So that should be the main approach towards facilitating the execution. And last but not the least is, the right alignment of the operations and supply chain strategy with the marketing strategy, right? And mind you, omnichannel is not about, as is generally felt, yeah, it is only pertaining to shopping or e-commerce. Omnichannel could also be, for instance, customer service, right? Whether it is a chat box, whether it is, the fundamental phone line, whether it is an email channel or whatever, right? Or an in-person approach. It could be a sales strategy. It could also be a marketing strategy for that matter, an omnichannel, right? So what is a multi-channel? It's across all. It's a multifaceted, coordinated effort, right, to move products end to end from one end of the customer to the other end. The purpose of omnichannel approach would be to strike the perfect balance between customer happiness, his desires, what he wants, and the inventory management. Ultimately, why do we exist? We exist because there is a demand from the customer, right? And also because the other side, the retailers, or as Bala was saying, there is a profit at the end of the business, which is also very important. So how do we do it? By creating loyal fans to increase the demand, and primarily with a customer-focused strategy. So the right approach will require complete visibility end to end. To get there, retailers will have to break their silos. They'll have to merge and sync all their independent entities and be all inclusive, right? With the help of inventory management. The right approach requires technology that enables inventory to flow and also be managed. That's also very important to enable complete visibility through the supply chain. What does one have to do? To enable IT, brands will have to start very early as far as IT enablement is concerned. They have to ensure that their website, order management, fulfilled, warehouse management system merges with the logistics provider management system. Unless that happens, probably there'll be several breaks along the way. So some of the questions that you would want to ask, how do we prepare for it? So it would involve quite a few, additional expenses as far as hardware is concerned, advanced planning, consultation in terms of hardware and software that would be needed, in fact, for both. And then warehouse must be peppered, to take care of both the stores and web-based orders to ensure that there is no gaps in the fulfillment and delivery services. That's, I think, would be the key elements, Samir.
Perfectly said. And I kind of, was visualizing while you were saying it was such an insightful, to know that how exactly, technology kind of is woven. You have a digital thread across, which basically runs through multiple channels and brings the customer centricity. Now from technology to basically some kind of operational and strategy. I kind of go to Bala. Bala, today customers are expecting convenience, right? I mean, we all spoke about it. They're expecting low prices, quick deliveries, as a part of the omnichannel experience. I mean, you talk of e-com, you talk of anything. But then how can business create? And that's precisely I wanted to know. Typically, leaning on your experience, how can businesses create a differentiated supply chain strategy that includes the omnichannel fulfillment capabilities and the right omnichannel operating model? So how exactly do we, my delegates are really keen to know this. So could you please throw some more light on this? Bala, I think you're muted. If you could unmute yourself, please.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I think it's extremely interesting question or interesting point to ponder over. Right? In India, I feel, for the matter, in most parts of the world, market size is actually a huge advantage as well as a disadvantage. Advantage is because you can draw the contour size as much as or as big as you want, and the disadvantage that you can get lost in the process. Once you get lost in the process, which is where I feel that while convenience is the key driver, the world is also moving towards, thanks to the pandemic, it has also made those people who probably thought that they would never ever adopt to online services, now having tasted the the convenience aspect of getting the article doorstep. Maybe it came out of necessity, but now it has become actually an accepted norm also. With this, I think the critical success factor for me, on the question that you asked about, how will one decide, is clearly going to be in terms of how well you can segment your target groups. Right? There'll be some amount of overlap that will be there. I mean, you talked about quick commerce, right? And typically, broadly, quick commerce is currently defined as something that you can deliver within 30 minutes. And till probably a couple of years back, if we had talked about quick commerce, all of us would have thought, yeah, how come you will suddenly get up and then decide that you want to eat something in the next 30 minutes? Our parents have always taught us that you plan 1 week in advance, maybe 3 days in advance at least. Now, what's happening, even in the early days, I know it's very early days, the insights that I've been able to pick up are that, it is being attracted by a niche, I mean, a new segment in a sense. There is some amount of overlap. Obviously, even a person like me is also switching over to quick commerce as and when required. But otherwise, the big growth is coming from a new segment. So therefore, I think to me, the critical success factor will be your ability to sort of identify your target segment and then accordingly follow the rest of the key ingredients of your success path, which are first and foremost is assortment. What is the type of articles, or what is the number of articles that you want to show to the customer? What are the pack sizes, right? And second one is how will you communicate to them in such a manner that you are also able to reach those target customers, right? They should be able to see that you are in that space offering such a value add to them. And last but not the least, pricing. Now, pricing is going to be an extremely important part. I mean, I know that currently the approach of many players is to say that, look, I'll offer the cheapest in a sense, right? But in my opinion, it's not going to work in the long run, right? So customers do understand inherently in all industries we have seen that there is always this concept called value for money. Larger customers understand that if I want a convenience service in 20 minutes, 15 minutes, I should be paying slightly a higher price for it. Not just the delivery charge alone, even the unit price of an article also. I have a feeling all these things will settle down. I mean, it may initially, currently, of course, everybody is in a different mood, so to speak, but things will settle down. And once they settle down, then the focus on unit economics also will start assuming more and more weightage. Very important. I mean, like Subhajit was also mentioning, no player gets into a business to make losses. So they all want to make meaning out of the business by giving their shareholder value, apart from, of course, taking care of your customers. The core is customers, but eventually you are also answerable to your stakeholder, especially your investors. So in the whole aspect, I think technology adoption, I think has been already very beautifully mentioned by my panelists, co-panelists. I think technology adoption is going to play an extremely important role in terms of making all these things happen, Samir.
Perfect. And I think, what you spoke is very, very important when we talk of value for money. And this kind of, takes me to a very interesting question for Jen. Jen, just now we heard Bala, he said that, I might go to a different brand, or, people basically change brands for quick commerce and stuff like that. For me, if I were to look at customer retention is kind of essential for the longevity of the organization, and you got to weave your processes and strategies around the customer. Now, this, I got to know very interesting statistics when I looked at even the returns management, and we also heard our keynote speaker about return management or return logistics per se. Now, if I talk of e-com has a pretty high rate of around 33% as compared to your brick and mortar retail, which is as low as 8%. Now, this is completely unplanned, right? This is completely unplanned. My audience as well as I'm, really excited to know how exactly do you plan for such an unplanned event of return, which actually directly impacts the customer experience. Over to you, Jayant.
Yeah, very nice question, Samir. Hope I had a complete, complete what you call a diagnosis to it, and I could have, solved the problem for not only the company that I work for, but for all the companies that are there in the e-commerce segment. But nevertheless, so what we do, I mean, as you rightly pointed out, that this is an unplanned activity. Having said that, its recurrence rather has told you that it's not going to be an unplanned thing. You are actually planning for it, that this is going to be there. So what you do is you look at, what are the controllable factors and what are the uncontrollable factors. Now, the controllable factors, and in the logistics parlance or in the e-commerce parlance, you have your returns are classified into two categories. One is the non-delivered returns, and the other is the delivered returns, wherein the customer gets the product and after that they return it. So you need to actually go down and look at what are the reasons that are causing these returns. You need to deep dive onto that and try and see how much you can control. So when you look at the reasons that are there for an online platform, one of the main segments, I mean, this is not only factor, I'll come to the other factors as well, but one of the reason, the differentiation in return piece that you're looking at when you mentioned that you have 33% in online versus 9% in the stores or 8% in the stores. One of the biggest piece here, and especially in India, it is because of the factor that most of the online orders are COD orders. You have not paid for it, so therefore you have the chance to return it. And those of course fall in the category of non-delivered returns. But delivered returns, when you look at it, you need to look into that. Why is the customer going to return it? Now, obviously, the customer, when he is willing to return, is a dissatisfied customer. So your customer retention policy is already in a spot of a bother because he is a dissatisfied customer out there. So you look at what are the controllable aspects. He may have got a wrong product. He may have got a damaged product. He may have got something which is a mismatch, right, in terms of sizes or some things like that. Or the specifications that you have given on the portal is not what it turns out to be when the customer has got the product, etc. So these are controllable factors. So how do you go ahead and control these facts? You try and go ahead and control these facts in terms of when you let's say if I'm talking about damage, and I think the keynote speaker also spoke about it, the packaging becomes very, very important. What are the kind of packaging that you do, and what kind of tamper-proof packaging that you build in ensure that the package that reaches the customer is less prone to be damaged, unless of course it has been handled very shabbily. But this is of course this reduces the chances of packaging. Now comes the other part is a wrong product getting delivered, or when you get a wrong product getting delivered, it is moving from some place or the other, whether it is a store, whether it is a DC or somewhere. So somewhere there is a mismatch in the inventory out there. So what is the kind of process automation that you bring into the warehouse management software, so that there are checks and balances and you are not shipping out a product which is not supposed to go to the customer. So thereby you are reducing that opportunity of giving a customer a wrong product or something. Even going into a further deep into the warehouse automation piece, there's a mismatch of sizes which goes across. Now, sizes in apparels and footwears, of course, is a different aspect. It differs from organization to organization in terms of the size chart that are there, and there are a lot of companies which give you a virtual size chart, and therefore you try and fit whatever is best possible. But you still come to you encounter these problems, and therefore when you're looking at your warehouse automation part of it, not in terms of arriving at the right size for that customer, but in terms of ensuring that whatever has been asked for, it is at least moving into the same size. So you're picking the right product out and dispatching the right product out. That becomes very critical in terms of controlling this what do you call the return piece of it. Now, all said and done, if the customer is and then of course you are also looking at avoiding situations wherein if I talk about non-delivered returns, wherein customers say that, there are returns because the customer is not available, or, there are mismatches between the logistics service provider, etc. So you try and capture them in terms of, nowadays you will find that there's an OTP based service. So if I have gone there and trying to deliver, and I'm actually getting the OTP, therefore I'm delivering it to the right person and not to any other person in terms of mismatch of addresses or anything. If I'm calling the customer up, or the customer has called up, to ask for a separate day of delivery, etc., you're trying to record that call to avoid mismatches, etc. So those are certain things that look into. You capture the geolocation now, because everything is paperless deliveries. You're going with the smartphone app with the route completely mapped. So you're actually capturing the geolocation, whether you have actually reached there. So the non-delivered returns part is taken care of that to that extent, and therefore you are trying to give the customer a reason that, that look, we have, tried that delivery, but for some reason it didn't happen. You don't want the customer to go back dissatisfied by any chance. So if at all the customer comes back after that, the companies take a lot of other steps which they look at in terms of giving some kind of other compensation that you look at, and I'll give you one small example, which I myself experienced. So you have this online meat service provider called Licious. Now, they have, there's a certain time band wherein you order a product and you get that product. Now, they reached half an hour late on a particular day. Normally they are on time, but they reached half an hour late on a particular day. And they said that for your next 3 orders, your shipping fees are waived off. Now, that is the kind of seriousness that you try to bring in terms of your delivery modules, etc., and tell the customer that this is how we are trying to take care of your concerns, and therefore you should be part with us. And that is how you probably mitigate, the returns piece of it, or the issues related to the returns, and therefore you try and retain the customer. So those are the things which you look at. What are the things that you can control and what you cannot control. You can still have returns when the customer gets a substitute better in terms of better price or better quality elsewhere, and because they have not paid for it, and even if they have paid for it, they are still willing to return for that. But that's something that you take on your stride and move on to ensure that you are trying to match things up in your next lot or whatever it is.
I think it couldn't be, I rather couldn't agree more, but I'm just, right now thinking about the factors that you spoke, and trust me, even I really could not think about so many factors. But one thing I noted between the controllable factors that you spoke is that each one, you have technology support for this, for diagnosing it, or for that matter, rectifying, or even taking it forward to the next level in terms of rectification or doing the corrective and preventive action. So moving to technology, my question to Shubhajit is, omnichannel strategy today is undisputedly, powerful, and the successful implementation can take it to the next stage. Now, organizations achieve high level of resilience with and also survive large disruptions. What we spoke about with Bala right in the beginning. Now, under certain, or under such uncertain business environments, what do you think organizations should do to adopt to omnichannel supply chain, and what role does technology play in the same? If you could help us with Shubhajit.
Yeah, sure, Samir. So to adapt omni-channel supply chain, first of all, retailers will have to remove the operating silos that exist today. Today, there is an in-house store. There are enough and more examples of, such. Take, for instance, several a prominent brand which has got stores across multiple locations, quite spread, and probably, also online stores. And in online stores, for instance, you have several approaches where, your sellers stock consignments with you, and there is a marketplace also. So, so it's quite a spread out and quite a challenging supply chain strategy that each of them follow. And what do we do about it? So that is the way forward is to gain efficiencies by combining all these different elements together, right, across the sales platforms, such as merging warehouses, locating warehouses from where the demand surges, so that you are able to maintain inventories both in store as well as e-commerce business units, right? So what should it constitute? So it should constitute a distribution system that drives forward as well as backward logistics, right? And as Jen said, backward logistics is very key. One of the ingredients which I would like to touch upon at this point, taking a cue from what Jen said, is how do we ensure that you pick up the right product? That's very key, right? Because you spend a lot of time reaching out to the customer, fixing the right time, and then if you pick up an incorrect product, and some customers tend to do that. What at Ecom Express we do is the entire thing is app enabled, Samir. So the color of the product, the size, the make is already embedded in the app. All the our executive has to do is click a photo, and bingo, it matches with the product, so that you ensure that most of the time, there is a perfect match. So that is one, technology element that you do to ensure that, there is a seamless and you have a happy customer at the end of the day. What we also do is, and what is also, technology will have to enable is fulfilling customer orders at stores, offer home delivery, pickup and pickup services. Today, we have to enable a pickup from the customer. That's a door pickup, as well as enable customers to drop, the returns in the physical stores. And so this will require an omni-channel approach by the retailers to anticipate demand. That's also very important. Accurately as far as possible to ensure availability, manage lead times across channels. You need to weigh between the inventory channels, between in-store and your e-commerce channels also, and factor in costs. Very important, as Bala also reiterated that it would be very important to ensure that there is a business feasibility in doing all this. The second important factor in this is inventory transparency, Samir. So it's a cohesive multi-channel approach, and experience would also mean that the customers have easy access to inventory. So it would be very jarring for a customer to see that a product, when he's shopping on websites, as out of stock, whereas it is probably available in a retail shop just across the corner. So one needs to ensure that such jarring experiences are limited as much as possible. And the integration of information, goods, and funds across all the channels remains the fundamental challenges today. You also need to ensure that probably an inventory at one of the channels is not too many, and whereas the other channel is starved of that particular product. It's a business loss as well. What would enable it is a robust data management system and innovation across all business practices to overcome this challenge. And last but not the least, which is the third piece of the puzzle, is the technology footprint, Samir, in omnichannel retailing, online and physical operations, that is, which should be seamless and cohesive without any barriers in between these channels. Inventories, logistics channels, supply chain network has to be managed, in unified entities, allowing retailers to immediately respond to customers' need. How do we move it, and from where do we move it? How does technology gather this information? That is, with the customer browsing practices. What does he choose? How long is he on the website? What are the preferences? From which area is he choosing? What is the time he spends on these channels? These are captured through data management. And this provides real-time visibility to inventory. So you need to be extremely agile, Samir, to move inventory from one of the channels to the other channels. And here technology plays an enabler roles to help integrate, product platforms, customer engagement channels, and back-to-back supply chain.
Absolutely. I think I need to use the word bingo here because couldn't agree more. And, I'm taking the keywords from what you spoke. You spoke about the removing the silos, the retailers removing the silos, the inventory integrations, and cohesive multi-channel approach. That takes me quickly to Bala, for a very interesting question. Bala, contemporary supply chain, operating in a multi-echelon environment, what do you think? I mean, is there any specific recommendation or strategy apart from the technology piece that we heard from Shubhajit? Anything that comes to your mind very quickly, if you could maybe help us with?
I think the multi-echelon strategy is something which is, in my opinion, completely a necessity for business to thrive in an omni-channel approach to getting their overall business right. See, the whole thing will boil down to what I popularly call as the 3C principles, right? Primarily, I think we are here for customers. Second thing is you have to continuously try to manage the balance between supply and demand, which is what I call as capacity management. And last but not the least, you have to do it at a reasonable cost, optimized costs. This is what the 3C stand for. Now, keeping these big goals in mind, I think it's very important that we start really consolidating as we get into multi-channel or omni-channel strategy, consolidate your buying so that you're able to use your buying power with various suppliers that you have and get the right margins. And then use all the technology parts that Subhajit beautifully articulated to really get the right insights from customers, and also use the analytics to find out who is browsing more for what type of articles, which is analytics warehouse really helps every business do all that using technology to clearly figure out what are those articles you want to keep closer to customers, which is what is a fast moving item, and what are the items that you would like to use within your own nomenclature as a long tail. And then there also will be certain items which are really the bottom part of the long tail, which is where you go for national logistics center, national fulfillment centers, where customer is not in a tearing hurry that he must get it then in 2 hours or half an hour. He's okay to wait. But for all these things to arrive, you have to use intelligent customer insighting, data analysis to continuously fine tune, because what is probably a long tail item today can become actually a necessity item tomorrow.
Absolutely.
So this is where I think you have to be nimble footed, continuously use technology as the base and your own ability to draw insights from consumer behavior and keep fine tuning the strategies so that you're able to always balance your overall levers with keeping the 3C principles in mind. I think that's how we should approach it.
Thanks. And in fact, with your kind permission, while I'll reiterate your 3Cs, the customer, the capacity, and cost, if with your kind permission, I can add communication and get back to Jayanta. Interestingly, the execution of omni-channel strategies require a very high level of communication and internal communication within the channels. What is your take on the same? I mean, is this 4th C important, Jayanta?
Oh, yes. One of the key facets of omni-channel is that, the channels interact with each other. Otherwise, an omni-channel will not remain an omni-channel, but become a segmented multi-channel approach, segmented channel approach for each of the multi-channels that the company wants to operate with. So therefore, all these channels, I think, we all have spoken about how technology becomes important in terms of, in this cross-function part of it, the cross strategy that you define when you operate in an omni-channel environment. So obviously, whether you are at a retail store, whether you are an online platform, how your inventories are managed across which place you need to keep how much inventory, etc. That's where when you talk about communication, it's not about that one person talking to another. It is not more than that. It is about the each channel talking to each other, and there is a integrated platform wherein a person who is using those channels, whether it is the customer or the company or the backend or the supplier, or any other stakeholder for that matter, is aware of what is lying where and what is not happening. Now, in order to work this channel out, what becomes extremely critical is to look at what are the analytics that comes across, because that becomes very critical in arriving at the right kind of communication flow or the channel that you want to adopt, or the technology that you want to adopt and move forward. Now, and to arrive at that, obviously, I think Subhajit also spoke about the analytics piece. I think the prescriptive and predictive analytics piece becomes critical importance. You have to look into that, based, of course, you also have a data support in terms of when you have been working in various channels, what are the kind of data inputs that you're getting, and how are you actually analyzing those inputs in terms of arriving at certain decisions. And in this context, I may digress a little bit out here and come back to it. When we talk about inventory management, the whole thing that comes in our mind is that inventory is about all the stocks, that you ensure that the stocks are, there's minimal variance, etc. The stocks are kept in a hygienic manner, the standards are maintained, and so on and so forth. But inventory management goes in sync with another very, very real aspect of this entire piece, is the space management part. What kind of space and where do you have the space, and what kind of space is available for you to leverage. And that is where, I spoke about in the beginning about the leveraging of the partner systems. So when I talk about partner, it is not only about the retail store or my own DC. It can be the supplier space. It can be my third-party logistics service provider space. So how can you leverage them instead of incurring your cost itself? So these are the channels that you talk about. And so coming back to that particular piece, which I just took this out, point out to mention that how this becomes critical in arriving at the communication flow or the channel or the visibility part of it, which becomes critical. Coupled with the data part of it, the predictive analysis that you are trying to do with the support system that you are having in terms of your partner capabilities and stress, and the predictive analytics that you are doing in terms of what is the customer that you're looking at, what is the what kind of product categories that you're dealing with. You are trying to work on this omni-channel strategy, and then you're looking at the communication flow, which flows from one channel to another. And today, while it is being talked about in theory, but probably it doesn't happen too much. So today, if you have to return a product which you would have bought from an online store, it goes through the online channel only. You will not probably go back to a store and return it, and or because the stores are, unless it is a COCO store, it will be a franchisee operated stuff. And how do you ensure that the stock is mitigated? The stock that they receive is actually mitigated in the overall inventory system there. What are the compliance structures that you're taking care of? These are challenges that is being worked upon at this point of time to arrive at the right information flow or the omni-channel perspective in the right sense, wherein it should be a free for all. I mean, I can order a product anywhere. I mean, we are only talking about the forward piece of it, wherein, if the customer wants to purchase something, what is the nearest and the place where it is available, and he can get it back. But the also part is that we spoke about returns a few minutes back, wherein, if I have that opportunity, if I have to return, I can go back to the nearest store. It may be just the store is beside my office. I can just go down, drop there and drop that product back and ensure that I get a replacement back, whether it is from the store or from an online channel, or for the matter, any other, supplier, becomes a critical piece of how this entire omni-channel platform play is going to happen. And that is what we are trying to do. I mean, I may take 30 seconds from you on this, that we in Paid, which is currently on the verge of getting launched, it is an offline to online to offline platform which takes care of all these issues in together, which we are trying to launch and would be there in market in the next month or so. So, these are the challenges that we are currently navigating at this point of time, trying to work out so that, what the things that we spoke about is our actual challenges that we are trying to navigate at this point of time, where, not all answers are definite at this point of time, but that is what we are trying to look into. That is what we are trying to make it a more interactive, platform wherein, anybody for that matter can have, the visibility and take care of, and actually give the customer the most seamless experience that you can think of.
Well, thanks and really best wishes for your venture. All the best for paid and made to well. But the point which I took from your conversation was around the segmented supply chain, and that kind of makes me more interestingly go towards Shubhajit, that we have known about segmented supply chains and their impact on omnichannel customer experience. What exactly are your thoughts, Shubhajit? If you could quickly, maybe in few seconds, summarize. Well,
Yeah,
I know
surely.
it's well, I know it's not something which you can summarize in few seconds, but still, I would lean on you for the same.
Yeah, I understand. Probably we have overshot the timeline, and probably from your words, I sort of uh, uh, get a feeling that probably I should summarize as in the few seconds. I'll not disappoint you, Samir. So
You haven't, yeah.
So segmentation is about maximizing customer service and company profitability. That's the brief actually. And how do we do that is by having different supply chain strategies in place for serving different customers associated with different channels and different products, ultimately based on the value to the organizations. So you cannot have, as Jayant was also saying, and Bala also at one point of time said that you cannot have a one-fit-all strategy. So your value may be defined as, by volume, by revenue, by profit margin, strategic importance, or a combination of all these factors. So you need to tackle and serve customers differently. It could be a B2C customer, it could be a B2B customer, and their wants, desires, could be very different. Ultimately, the goal is to find the best supply chain processes and policies to search each of these customer segments at any given point in time, while maximizing the customer experiences without diluting the company profitability, which is actually very important. So what does a segmented approach do? I'll just take a few minutes.
Please.
Samir, so a segmented approach enables the company to prioritize specific services for each customers. For example, the speed of delivery, which can be offered to each segment. For instance, a customer in Mumbai or Delhi would expect a product to be delivered within minutes also. So there are 10 minutes deliveries also these days, as Bala was also saying. Whereas a customer in a tier 2 or a tier 3 city would expect, the product that he ordered to be delivered in a few days. So any retail outlet, or for that matter, any entity would have to leverage this, this demand or this desire in the most optimum fashion, Samir.
Thanks, Shubhajit, and honestly, you didn't disappoint, and I'll also not disappoint my delegates. There's one question which I would like to take to my panel, and it's a pretty interesting one. It's actually the other way around, and in fact, I'll invite Bala. The question from Mr. Sanket Kadam states that, what do you feel is the biggest challenge holding back organizations from delivering excellent omnichannel experience? What do you think are the challenges? If you could quickly summarize, maybe.
I think getting caught between conflicting strategy priorities, I would say.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you want the top line and you also want the bottom line. Like that, there are many conflicts that continuously happens. I always believe that strategy is also, while it's important that you decide what you want to do, it's also important that you decide what you don't want to do.
Right, right.
Caught between the two, organizations have challenges.
That's a fantastic response, and thanks Bala for that. I would, I've always been a believer of that. What the delegates take is what exactly are those keywords, and which is where I would not again disappoint them. Going back to Jayanta, just one word to maybe describe the current environment, if we could take, if we could have from you.
Well, I would slightly disappoint you, not one word, but 3 words. I would put it this way: loaded with opportunities.
Oh, bang on, bang on. And Shubhrajit, if I could come to you for one word.
That would be extremely dynamic.
Absolutely, and these are really insightful words. So it started with Bala, and I would like to conclude with Bala. Bala, if you could give me a word which you could or which describes the current environment as per you.
I think I'll go for 3 words, Samir, with your permission.
Please.
Exciting and intellectually stimulating.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Honestly, these are the words of wisdom for me and my delegates, and I really thank you for this insightful discussion and the experience that you brought it on the table. It was very insightful for us as well as for my delegates. I hand it over to my MOC Kajal and Shivang. If you could take it over.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, moderator, panelists, and all the delegates for joining us in the 15th Operation Summit, Tattv 2022. Thus, we bring this panel discussion to a conclusion. We would like to thank our sponsors who helped us in making the event better. Novarex, our global training partner, Radio Vishwas 90.8, our official radio partner, Dare to Compete, our outreach partner, Campus Times Pune, our youth partner, ISCEA SC Next India, Global Knowledge Partner, The Celerity, our magazine partner, Interview Buddy, our education partner, Startup Talkie, our media partner, Notice Bard, our digital media partner, Budani Bros, a snacking partner, DU Beat, a newspaper partner, Design Atelier, a gifting partner, and ED Times, a blogging partner.
We will resume again for the next leg after a short break of 10 minutes. The delegates can join the breakout room and can interact with each other. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the third session of 15th edition of our annual flagship event, Tattv 2022, with the theme Parivartan, Redefining the Way Ahead, the National Operations Summit of Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nashik. We hope you are back with lots of energy post the break for the upcoming session. In this session, we will learn about cold chain management from one of the most respected personalities in the industry. Introducing the keynote speaker for the session, Mr. Jaisal Doshi. He is an alumni of XLRI Jamshedpur. He is the Deputy CEO of B Medical Systems and is a visionary in the field of medical and cold chain technologies. He also possesses a wealth of experience in private equity, economic insights, and corporate strategy. He's worked for companies like Cladtech International, Nevis Capital Partners, Mod Graphics, amongst others. He is also the director of ITM Group of Institutions, a leading education group providing diversified higher education. He is passionate about climate change and saving lives through innovative solutions in the medical cold chain industry. He has also inspired countless people through his many talks on public domain and as a successful TEDx speaker. The keynote session is divided into two segments, 20 minutes for the speech and 10 minutes for the Q&A session. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Shivang, for the kind words. Thank you to Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nashik, and also the entire team of Tattv for inviting me for this and being a keynote speaker. So very quickly to give you a very short introduction to B Medical Systems. B Medical Systems is the world's oldest, the world's largest, and most importantly, the world's most reliable player in vaccine cold chain management and medical cold chain management. And today I'd like to take this opportunity to give you a little bit more perspective into specifically what is the medical cold chain, why is it important, what are some of the areas or concerns one should look at. And then lastly, also like to use this opportunity to do a little bit of PR for the company. So with that, I'd like to start off with the presentation. I don't know if
it's visible, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. So if you can just go to the next slide. So just talking about cold chain specifically, I think in simple words, cold chain essentially is a supply chain where you can maintain a specific temperature or a specific temperature range at all times. However, while it sounds simplistic, I think it's not as easy to do because it's not just one place or one point at which you need to maintain it, but it's the entire delivery from the time of production till the time the good arrives to the end customer, where you need to maintain a continuous end-to-end cold chain. So you can just go on to the next slide. So we have different types of cold chain across industries. In the prior discussion, you were talking a little bit about supermarket and the food industry. So of course you have cold chain required to maintain for that industry in terms of fruits, vegetables, meat, poultry, and dairy, but also in terms of animal husbandry. I think animal vaccines, for example, is a big area, as well as then coming to the medical cold chain, which includes blood, vaccines, a lot of biologicals, and most of the drugs that are being developed. If you think about personalized medicine, if you think about cell and gene therapies, all of these are extremely highly temperature sensitive products and require a very specific temperature cold chain. And of course, you also have cold chain in other industries such as electronics, even in the space industry. But today I'll focus a lot more on the medical cold chain. Just go on to the next slide. So when you talk about the medical cold chain, as I mentioned earlier, you have a cold chain for vaccines, which of course, I think each and every person on the planet knows about today. You have the pharma cold chain, which starts off with R&D in pharma, in life sciences, but also for many products all the way to the end customer. biospecimens, cell and gene therapies, and last but not least, blood, as well as blood constituents such as blood plasma, blood platelets, and so on. All of these are extremely temperature sensitive products, and if the right temperature is not maintained, can result in really catastrophic consequences. Next slide. So, as I mentioned earlier, a cold chain is extremely complex, and here I put together a slide showing the cold chain for vaccines specifically. So, if you think about COVID vaccine, for example, you have a wide variety of suppliers which provide the raw materials to vaccine manufacturers. From the vaccine manufacturer, the vaccines are transported, and in the case of India, for example, the good thing is that the vaccines are made in India, so the transportation is domestic. But if you think about many other countries which do not have local vaccine manufacturers, the transportation has to happen from the country of origin to the recipient country, which itself is incredibly complex. From there on, the vaccine needs to be stored and distributed across the country, stored in warehouses or country hubs, and finally needs to go down to either hospitals or last mile vaccination campaigns. And if you think about a country as complex as India, what India has achieved with its phenomenal vaccination coverage is just astounding. But equally important to highlight here is that this was possible due to the efforts of a lot of stakeholders, a lot of players, but also possible due to the experience that India has gained as a country over decades of mass immunization campaign. For example, sitting in Luxembourg here, when we spoke to the government of Luxembourg about COVID vaccination, they had absolutely no clue about how to start because they have never had a mass vaccination campaign for decades now. And I think that is incredible, but it also speaks to the complexity that exists. So I think, for most people, just getting a vaccine or developing a vaccine, they thought was it. But the more complicated piece was actually getting the vaccines to the recipients in some of the harshest locations. Again, to add to the complexity, when you look at all the different vaccines globally, you have different vaccines with very, very different temperature profiles. For example, the Pfizer vaccine requires a cold chain or an ultra cold chain at minus 80 degrees Celsius. Moderna vaccine requires it at minus 20. The Covishield or Covaxin is plus 2 to 8 degrees Celsius. And all of these add several layers of complexity when a country or the Ministry of Health of a country decides how to vaccinate a large part of its population. Next slide, please. So I think as students aspiring to get into this industry, I wanted to spend some time on really highlighting the importance of an unreliable cold chain. And I have highlighted three big areas, which I will get into in the subsequent slides. So if you can just go to the next slide. So talking first about wastage, I think the wastage is huge even today in the cold chain industry. If you think about food, more than 10% of the food, temperature sensitive food, so we are talking about dairy, about poultry and meat and frozen foods, is astounding. It's billions of dollars which is lost due to an improper cold chain. Likewise, in the biopharma and life sciences industry, more than $35 billion worth of product is lost due to temperature failures or temperature excursion. And even within that, if you look at vaccines, about a quarter of all vaccines are lost primarily due to incorrect shipping and incorrect temperature maintenance. So I think in the previous discussion, there was a lot of discussion around cost. And I think while cost is incredibly important, one also has to look as a supply chain expert at cost from a holistic perspective. I still remember when we started talking to the large companies in vaccines in India, The initial conversation was we spent 30 paise per dose for delivering a polio vaccine. So why should we spend anything more on a COVID vaccine? Now, a polio vaccine literally costs a few rupees, whereas a COVID vaccine, as you know, costs easily 200-300 rupees at a minimum. But the mindset, unfortunately, was still, let us just look at cost per dose. Whereas the mindset should really be looking at the total cost of ownership and the holistic cost. For example, if you have a single cold chain excursion in a single cold chain refrigerator, the value lost will be several times that the value of the refrigerator itself. So I think one has to take into account these parameters as well in terms of primarily reliability, because to develop a medical cold chain, the most important focus has to be reliability. It has to be to deliver the product at the right temperature at all times throughout the lifetime. And that's where I think the industry needs to shift focus from having a singular focus on just at the point of time sort of cost towards the lifetime cost. Go on to the next slide. Again, and this is catastrophic. I think, we've heard many instances where children have died due to getting a vaccine which was stored incorrectly or at the wrong temperatures. There are many issues. Blood, for example, administration of blood after it has been exposed to wrong temperatures can be fatal as well. So again, I think besides just system cost, you also need to look at what is the impact to society at large. And especially when you talk about medical cold chain, I think one also has a fiduciary responsibility that it's not just the cost, but it's also the impact of what happens if the cold chain goes wrong. Next slide, please. This again is an important topic, and I think more and more becoming relevant. So when you talk about cold chain globally, it contributes to 1% of greenhouse gas emissions. Of course, we don't include the sort of air conditioning and the cooling in buildings and industries, which is a lot more. It's about 7% of greenhouse gas emissions. But even at 1%, I think it's incredibly important that we look at this and find ways and means to reduce this. With the pandemic, especially, what has happened was the focus was always on getting product in the shortest time possible. So nobody really looked at environmental impact of this cold supply chain for COVID vaccines. And as a result, what you see is millions of single-use boxes being used all over the world, creating a huge amount of environmental pollution, which hopefully cannot be undone, but in the years to come, the world will look at it and try and change to make sure that we use more sustainable and environmentally friendly cold chain solutions. So if you can go on to the next slide. So again, when we talk about the environmental impact, of course, a lot of focus is on the use of refrigerants. But it's interesting that the use of environmentally unfriendly refrigerants contributes only to 30%, whereas 70% comes from indirect sources and most primarily energy consumption. So it's not just enough to say, look, I have a CFC or a CFC-free refrigerant, but it's also important to look at energy consumption, especially when you look at some complex cold chains such as an ultra cold chain at -80 degrees Celsius. Slide. So what I've tried to put here is to just put it in context in terms of the global warming potential, which normally, as the case, you always use CO2 as a benchmark. So typically, historically, you would be having the CFCs, which, as you can see, create emissions which are tens of thousands. The sort of environmental emission created by carbon dioxide. Again, foaming agents, which is very typically used as insulators, creates a lot of emission as well. And as you move leftwards, you see that the R134A, which today is still a very commonly used refrigerant, still has more than 1400 times the environmental impact of that of carbon dioxide. Fortunately, I think the world is moving towards much better solutions, and we come to that in the next slide. And so maybe just before we talk about the use of environmentally friendly refrigerants, I think the other important aspect is efficiency and electricity consumption. And again, what is very good here is that it's a virtuous cycle. The moment you shift from a HFC to a hydrocarbon, which is natural and very environmentally friendly, hydrocarbons are also much more energy efficient in use. And therefore, by making that switch, you're not only reducing the direct emissions, but you're also reducing indirect emissions through much better electricity utilization. We can just slide. So very quickly about B Medical Systems, as I mentioned, we are the world's oldest company focused on medical cold chain. We started off as Electrolux in the 70s. Subsequently, we were known as Dometic in the 2000s, and since 2015, we are known as B Medical Systems. All along till now, we have been manufacturing all our products and solutions in Luxembourg. But it gives me great pride to announce that we have just started our one and only manufacturing facility outside Luxembourg, and that is in India. And it happened as a result of an invitation from the Honorable Prime Minister of India in November 2020. And in a short period of time, of less than a year, we have actually set up a greenfield manufacturing facility from scratch, and it was inaugurated about 3 weeks ago by the prime ministers. So that's a little bit about B Medical Systems. We work, of course, with all the leading multilateral agencies around the world. We are the largest supplier to UNICEF, WHO, and we work with more than 140 countries around the world. Okay, just go to the next slide. So I think talking a little bit about some of the ways we look at tackling these solutions, and I spoke about all the problems, but I think it's important to talk also about solutions. So I think first and foremost is we design solutions that are custom made for the medical cold chain. I think as you can see in the picture here, this is a real picture in Peru, and it is located in the mountains in an extremely remote condition. So it's important that we have products which are custom made to withstand such extreme conditions. Secondly, I think durability and ensuring that the cold chain works throughout the lifetime is important. So we spoke earlier about replacing single-use packaging with more environmentally friendly solutions. Again, I think one of the ways to ensure reliability is also to get certified. There are more and more countries have realized the importance of the vaccine cold chain, and now have certified or are asking for the vaccine cold chain to be certified as a medical device, which automatically ensures a much higher level of rigor and performance. And as I mentioned earlier, the total cost of ownership is an incredibly important piece. And one must always remember in any service or solution that one is offering to look at total cost of ownership and not just upfront cost. So if we just go on to the next slide. This is, I think, there was a lot of talk about data analytics and real-time monitoring, and this is the proof of the cold chain working and the reliability. So we have today, at this point of time, we have more than 40,000 units all around the world communicating real-time information about the status of the vaccine cold chain that we deploy. And I think this gives us an incredibly important real-time view into the performance of the cold chain. And just to give you an anecdotal example, the entire country of Afghanistan uses cold chains supplied by B Medical Systems. And a few months ago, when the Taliban invaded Afghanistan, we had all the multilateral agencies coming to us and asking us, hey, is the vaccine cold chain still working, or is it completely down? And it was amazing because with our real-time systems, we could not only see that the systems were working, but we have seen that post the change of regime, the cold chain has been used a lot more frequently. So of course, I think I don't want to comment on sort of other political issues in Afghanistan, but the one area which I think is a silver lining is the fact that cold chain and vaccine cold chain is being used much more frequently since the change of regime in Afghanistan. So just going on to the next page. So talking about environmentally friendly solutions, and we are not the only ones doing this. So I think there are many companies which are also doing it. And it's heartening to see that the industry is responding to this as a whole. But what you see below is the use of refrigerants like 600A or 290, which are naturally occurring hydrocarbons, have an incredibly low global warming potential. Of course, the ozone depletion potential is zero because none of them are HCFCs. And of course, also on the blowing agent, you can see the global warming potential is extremely low. And again, I think it's important here that not just one company or one player does this, but the industry as a whole starts using much more environmentally friendly solutions. Next slide. And again, when you talk about the use of such refrigerants, that's one aspect, but also designing product from scratch for ensuring better energy consumption is important. And I've just listed down a few here. For example, you have the Energy Star, and I'm sure when you all purchase an air conditioner, you all look at the Energy Star ratings. But an ultra low freezer, which is a -80 freezer, consumes much more electricity. And it was surprising that even till very recently, nobody looked at Energy Star. But now, even in this industry, and as a company in this industry, all our products are Energy Star certified. And I think these are initiatives that go in the right direction towards contributing to a much more environmentally friendly solution. Go on to the next slide. We also, when we talk about electricity consumption, I think another way, of course, is to remove the use of electricity altogether. And we have more than 50,000 units operating all around the world, which do not use electricity at all. And they operate purely on solar energy, including for real-time monitoring. So again, I think this is possibly the most environmentally friendly solution that exists for vaccines and for blood and other pharmaceutical, which are temperature sensitive. And this is a case study just to, because I think this is important as students to be able to quantify it and to put it in the form of real hard numbers. So what we have done here is we've just given an example of an ultra low freezer which can work at -80 degrees Celsius. But we said for most of the products that we store inside, it could work equally well at -70 degrees. But just by reducing or increasing the temperature by 10 degrees Celsius, you end up saving a lot of electricity on a daily basis. And what we've done here is assuming you have 10 ultra low freezers, just by changing the set point from -80 degrees to -70 degrees Celsius, reduces the greenhouse gas emissions, which is equivalent to 34 cars nearly. And I think this is staggering because when you put it in numbers like this, you realize the impact that one could do by an extremely small and almost negligible change that most people will not even realize. But I think again, as supply chain experts, it is important to highlight areas like this. This is something that does not impact me as a company, but I think it impacts the environment greatly. And again, if we spread the word around, I think this is also part of a supply chain practitioner's job to not just develop a solution, but to also make it as environmentally friendly and of course, with the reduced cost of electricity as cheap as possible. So I think again here, as I said, it's a virtuous cycle that you save a lot more electricity, but at the same time, you also reduce your greenhouse emissions significantly. We're nearly to the end of my presentation. So if you go to the next slide. So it gives us great pride that as B Medical Systems, we've ensured a green and reliable cold chain in more than 140 countries around the world, storing and transporting each and every type of vaccine at each and every temperature range, all the way from minus 80 degrees Celsius to plus 2 to 8 degrees Celsius. We've, over the last 2 years, shipped more than 70,000 units around the world. And I'd like to end my presentation with a short video just showing some of the places that we've served.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful session. We shall now move to the Q&A session. I request the delegates to post their questions in the chat box. So the first question is from Ms. Neha Gupta. I will read out the question for you. Her question is, PwC showed that the blockchain is spurring interest in the field, but has not gained much traction yet. What is the hurdle of implementing blockchain in the cold chain?
It's a very interesting question. And I think indeed, we have been looking at blockchain as well. But I think, especially when you talk about vaccine cold chain, the complexity arises from the fact that you have multiple stakeholders. And so in order to get someone to a single technology requires change at many, many different levels. So if you think about just the government of India, for example, it's if you think about at which point, so it's, let's say a Serum Institute is manufacturing the vaccines. So do you get them involved first? And from there on, they deliver vaccines to some of the regional headquarters and warehouses. And from there on, it goes to, the local city, for example. From there, it goes on to the primary health center. Then you have also in villages, you have remote immunization campaigns. So I think the complexity is that how do you manage to get so many different stakeholders aligned to one technology? And again, we are talking about just one country. I think if you have to replicate this across different countries, it becomes even more complicated. So hopefully that addresses, or at least that's my response.
Thank you so much, sir, for answering this question.
We'll have one last question for the sake of time now. The rest of the questions would be communicated with you later, sir. The question is from Mr. Veer Kulkarni. He gives you his regards, and his question is a stable but slow-moving supply chain find it hard to cope with the volatility created due to sudden changes in consumer demand? As high funds are pumped into the logistics of cold chains, how are changes in demand accommodated for?
It's an excellent question. I think with the pandemic, it showed us as well, because with the pandemic, everyone was focused just on developing vaccines. Right? And even the vaccine manufacturers never gave it a thought that, hey, how do we get the vaccine to the different places around the earth? Because in the end, it's not a vaccine that saves lives, but it's vaccination that saves lives. And there is a subtle difference there. So I think what has happened is, as we pointed out correctly, people are just pumping billions of dollars as a reaction and not as a proactive measure. And I think on the positive side, what has happened is most countries have realized that, a cold chain is a strategic investment. Especially we're talking about the medical cold chain. And most countries in the past, cold chain even for vaccines would be, in India, for example, they said that as long as thanda hai to theek hai. And I think people are now realizing that that's not okay for a vaccine cold chain or a medical cold chain. So I think the positive impact of the pandemic has been that people are realizing now that they need to invest in this to make sure that a medical cold chain is capable enough of delivering any product at any temperature in the shortest time possible. So I think that is going to account for the demand, but with COVID, of course, it was very much reactive in nature.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all for your questions. And thank you very much, sir, for your valuable insights on cold chain management.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
We will now take a 10 minutes break, requesting the delegates to join the breakout rooms where they can network with each other. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the last session of our annual National Operations Summit, Tattv 2022. This session will be a panel discussion, and the topic which will be addressed is logistic concussion.
Introducing the moderator of this panel discussion, Mr. Nitish Rai. He is an alumni of Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Pune. So he is also pursuing his PhD from Symbiosis International University in the field of industrial ecology and sustainable industrial development. He has over 12 years of experience in core manufacturing, having worked all over the globe for companies like Kirloskar, Thermax, and Fortum. Before starting his firm, Sir was the CBO of Udchalo, a defense travel aggregator platform, where he helped significantly scale up the business before starting Udchalo's defense logistics arm named Posting Chalo. Sir is the founder and CEO of FreightFox, a firm that offers tech and services to revolutionize Indian industrial logistics. He's passionate about solving customer problems and building data-driven cutting-edge logistics operations. We are glad to have you, sir.
Our next panelist is Mr. Abhinav Kalra. Abhinav Kalra is the director for SCM and part of the leadership team at SRL Diagnostics since the last 3 years. He has over 18 years of experience across healthcare ecosystem and management consulting. In his past roles, he has worked with Fortis Healthcare as Chief of Staff to the Chairman, United Health Group as Director Strategy, Accenture Management Consulting as a Strategy Consultant, and with GE as part of the Global IT Leadership Program. His skill set ranged from healthcare strategy, healthcare diagnostic procurement and logistics, corporate strategy, process re-engineering, profit and cost optimization, business transformation initiatives, design of operating models, and board interaction and management. He is a rank holder MBA from the Faculty of Management Studies, Delhi University, and a gold medalist of electronics engineering from Punjab Engineering College, Chandigarh. He is passionate about solving business problems using technology and automation. We are grateful to have you, sir.
Second panelist joining the discussion is Mr. Rajkiran Kanagala, an alumni of Harvard Business School. He has received his BE degree in electronics, being the university topper. He also holds an MBA and a degree in export-import management, where he stood all India first. He is the Senior Vice President and Group Head, Emerging Businesses at Transport Corporation of India, where he has been working since 2006. He is currently involved in projects encompassing strategy and growth initiatives within the areas of technology, innovation, brand, marketing, sourcing, and HSE as his core competencies. He also heads the SARC and chemical verticals at a P&L level. With an exposure of 14 plus years now in the domain of supply chain, logistics, and transportation, he is invited as a distinguished speaker on this subject by some of the most respected institutions and academia. He has authored several technical articles and has worked on many research projects also. With an overall exposure of 25 plus years, he's worked in various roles in international and domestic markets. He also serves as a member of Executive Committee of TCI Group. Currently, he is steering a unique national initiative on road safety and health called TCI Safe Suffer, which has won awards and witnessed great partnerships from numerous corporates and associations. He is an ardent fan of superheroes and comics. He is also a passionate follower of history and sports and is fond of exploring latest technologies and performing fitness activities. We are delighted to have you, sir.
Our third panel speaker is Mr. Ajit Nair, with over 25 years of experience. He is currently the director at India and Apex Sourcing at BIC Cello India Private Limited. He is chartered accountant by qualification and has rich experience in handling finance, audit, taxation, budgeting, pricing, payroll, distribution, CFA management, inventory management, and IT. In his past roles, he has worked with Intervit India Private Limited as Finance Director, Chiron Panacea Vaccines Private Limited as Chief Operating Officer, and Warner Lambert India Private Limited as Head Finance. He has worked extensively in strategic sourcing and cost control demand planning, procurement, and distribution and logistics in his current organization. His strength lie in the startup environment, in business setups, processes, controls, and business infrastructure setups. We are glad to have you, sir.
The session is divided into two segments, 40 minutes for the panel discussion and 10 minutes for the Q&A session. Nitish sir, we can now start the discussion. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks a lot, and I really congratulate Tattv team for putting this panel across. And I am personally really honored to be in presence of such esteemed and senior veterans from the industry. And just to open the session, logistic concussion as the theme. And I am not from the medical background, but concussions could be mild, moderate, or severe depending on how the shock is probably taken, or what was the preparedness before the shock came in. So the industries are also at various levels, whether we talk about any industry from automotive to food and beverages to pharma, everybody faced this concussion, which was in the form of pandemic, which hit the globe. And the responses, reactions, and recoveries are very, very different. Just to quote the recent economist perspectives, India is already staring at, as a country, we are staring at a K-shaped recovery where the large industries are recovering sharply, as we say, V-shaped recoveries or probably U-shaped recoveries. Whereas we have SMEs or the retailers or the smaller business owners, which are finding it either difficult or they are going out of a business because of this impact. Logistics, I personally, being from defense background, logistics to me comes as something which also originated back in 1838 as a term used for war specifically, and finds its mention in 1838 in the very famous book called Art of War by a French general, from French army general, wherein it clearly says that the flexibility of logistics in the mind of the commander. The flexibility is in the mind of commander, and commander today in industries are CEOs or VPs or the leadership teams which are there. But the substance of flexibility lies in logistics, and that is where it has been a really amazing time, which I have seen personally from my perspective. And as we say, on a lighter note, that the pandemic proved to be the best CIO in the industry as well, driving a lot of initiatives on digitalization. In my perspective, the gaps and issues were there earlier as well, but pandemic just gave us an amplified view of those gaps in the supply chains or in the logistics front. Just to give an example, the British Columbia rains, which recently, about 3 months back in November, disrupted the availability of French fries in Japan, wherein on the eve of the New Year, the McDonald's have to ration the availability of the French fries, of large French fries or medium French fries, and only offer small French fries to the people of Japan. Now, those kind of problems which we see day to day, this is on a lighter side of it. The automotive industry, for that matter, is staring at chip shortage, which is one of the major problem areas. And I'm saying it's not that everybody is suffering at the same level. There are some exceptions as well. As in, if we look at, for example, Toyota, when they are one of the largest suppliers, which got hit by tsunami back in 2011, Toyota came up with a very specific contingent planning. Now, this is basically because of they are in an environment where tsunami, earthquakes are common, and they created a very well thought contingency plan with their tier 1 suppliers, wherein the data today flows to an extent that the Toyota at tier 1 supplier level knows the availability and the issues with the supply of chemicals which are used to treat their headlamps. So that has reached that level actually. And this kind of a flow actually have helped Toyota to sustain this time when the fluctuations were so high. And this is the diversity of experiences and responses by the industry across the globe. Supply chain management as a subject was coined for the first time by Keith Oliver, a consultant from Booz and Hamilton during 1982. So look at the difference, the logistics term versus supply chain, there's a gap of about 144 years. But fortunately, that gap is shrinking. We are now very rapidly talking about data, digitalization, blockchains, and whatnot to create or to establish the proper response to such situations, and also keep the strain to a minimum when it comes to the logistics and supply chain ecosystem. So I'll not take much time because we already have a lot of experienced members from the industry. So I would like to request Rajkiran sir to take over and share his perspectives and views on some of the things which he has experienced in last probably from 2020-21, and also what he looks at as what is going to, or what is expected, or what we can expect in the future as we go along. Sir, please.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Mr. Nitish, and good afternoon to Mr. Abhinav, Mr. Ajit, and good afternoon to all the delegates, students, and of course, the people who have taken time on a Sunday afternoon to join. So can we put up the presentation, please? I hope it's visible to everyone, and if you can have full screen, great. So the presentation actually covers two facets. One is what actually happened to logistics. So just go back. I will tell when to move it. Thank you. So the word concussion, when the coordinators called us, so I was taken aback, and we were trying to negotiate why to put the word concussion. So this word is like hitting, but then I thought the students would have an argument around it, and let's go with what the students are saying, because one of the learnings now we have is that students are teaching the experienced people. So I would say that thanks for telling us that you should go with concussion. So thus the title remains. So what we're going to cover is what is the Parivartan now in the logistics industry? How did we face concussion? We'll stick to the topic. And since we get the platform, we'd always like to give some gyan to students. So the last part is some takeaways. So the entire presentation has got these facets. So can we move it, please? So logistics was very normal. It was expected. Digitization or digitalization was coming in. The Grofers, the Swiggis, the Zomatos were into our life, Amazon and Flipkart, but we had taken it for granted. So the word was, it was taken for granted by the corporates, the business, the consumers. Nobody really paid any attention. Is logistics that important? It was not really a board substance. Then what happens? Concussion. What is concussion? As Mr. Nitish said, COVID, phase 1, phase 2. We are now trying to come out of phase 3. What it meant, we coined a word, the new normal. I will just tell you, Unsur is handling the presentation when to click, because I will tell. Just go back, please. I will say click, then you please do it, because it is on an animation. So we came about the word new normal. So what happened in the new normal? Let us understand the transition, which was COVID. And first and foremost, hats off to all the health workers, hats off to the doctors, nurses, government officials who really bore the brunt when the COVID came. But there were logistics guys, there was warehousing guys, there were transport guys, there were drivers, there were cleaners and labor were also supporting this fight. So we need to applaud the work done by the logistics industry, and that's what we want to cover. What happened during the phase of concussion. Now, if you can click, please. Resilience came about. The logistics industry as a fraternity stood by the doctors, the medical staff, to the government officials to whomsoever needed support, silently but bravely. Now, bear in one thing. The way the doctors came out physically, the logistics also as an operation is physical operation. It's not a digital operation. It's not a software or a banking service. You need to be out there physically. So the next 3 slides give you examples of what really happened in the first and second wave. So can we move to the next slide, please? So just to give a snapshot of what TCI did, we handled more than 3 million doses of vaccines. We had another gentleman before this to tell how they are enabling the same. We actually delivered it to the primary health clinics or to the dispensaries or hospitals. Now, of course, it's much more. More than 10,000 tons of liquid medical oxygen. We know what happened in second wave. Some of our trucks were airlifted. You're going to see pictures later. And we also delivered oxygen generating plants to the remote locations where normally these names are not known to many in residing in the metros. So this is what we did, and of course the industry as a whole came about. Next. These are pictures. So this is one of the trucks which actually is going in a defense aircraft. So the scale and the magnitude of delivering oxygen was unprecedented, and the way the government machinery and the industry, that is oxygen generating and the logistics, is a separate topic. And I'm sure a case study will be soon written how the oxygen was delivered to the hospital when the crisis hit us. Next. We continue to focus on delivering essentials, emergency supplies, medical supplies, whatever the country demanded during the concussion. And in fact, TCI got recognized also at a national level by the India Today group as one of the leading players to deliver essentials through various modes, by rail, road, ships, air, whatever mode was available. What we tried to emphasize is that we also need to clap for those truck drivers and cleaners who didn't have a lockdown, who didn't have a work from home or any cooking classes to take. They had to deliver what you have experienced the last 2 years. And what is the outcome of that? Is that logistics now is a very important subject in the boardrooms. And Mr. Nitish mentioned about the impact of supply chain for the industry. Next slide, please. So what's the redefinition in the new normal for logistics and supply chain? Click, please. So somewhere Mr. Nitish said digitization, somewhere everybody is saying digitization. We are saying physical. Something is wrong. Let's see what we're trying to say. Next, please. Next, digital. What we believe is a term which is now catching up is phygital. Can you please click, please? Why? End of the day, you need to execute. Never ever undermine the need to execute effectively. You cannot have everything virtually because, can you click, please? We need to have roti, kapda or makan. We cannot live as human beings without roti, kapda or makan. And of course, we have added Wi-Fi because you students cannot live without Wi-Fi. So it's roti, kapda, makan or Wi-Fi is the new adage. Let us not forget, we need to consume things and we need to deliver. So this is the new normal definition that digitization and technology is going to enable us to consume roti, kapda, or makan much more effectively, efficiently, and in a much faster way. Next slide, please. So what's changed in the new normal? Click, please. Consumer behavior, you guys, students are making the change. What's happening is that we need everything quickly. So thus the advent of e-commerce and its growth. Last mile, we need, now the term has come about as quick commerce, 10-minute deliveries. Why? We need it now. This is primarily driven because of the advent of mobility and Wi-Fi. If that was not there, nothing of this change would have happened in the logistics also or e-commerce. Next, please. Next. RFID and barcode. These were buzzwords, but without this, we cannot have what you call as an end-to-end visible and transparent supply chain. I'm sure Mr. Abhinav is going to cover that because in medical or diagnostics, everything has to be visible and transparent. So I leave it up to him to cover more of that. A lot of talk on big data. Logistics as an industry is in the forefront because end of the day, consumer data is with the logistics company. Bill of materials might be with the logistics company when they're doing a large project. A project information is with the logistics company. So the data what we all handle or the fraternity, just imagine we are able to integrate and use it. There's a big potential. So there's a big potential of a lot of startups to use this data what the logistics industry already consumes. Next. Startups will disrupt, startups will be there, and a lot of you guys, students, we want that you also create some. But there's a warning. What's the warning? We all have to comply to ESG, which is nothing but environment, social, and governance, to ensure that the planet is there for the next 50 to 100 years. Else, we're going to be in trouble. So the whole point is whatever we do, we have to be compliant, we have to be responsible. And one of the big changes in India to emphasize is that in India, 65% of logistics is on the road, 30% is on rail, and we are going to see a shift of this 30% because else we're not going to have a green India. We'll have to move to the rail, multimodal, and other modes to make the impact of carbon emissions on the planet, or at least in India, less. Next, please. Next. I emphasized the word startup a couple of times. Recently, I was listening to a podcast by a London School of Economics professor, Mr. Julian, and he came out with an amazing statistic, and this will shock a lot of people. 1995 was the advent of internet economy, and you had companies like eBay coming in. They studied the companies which were in Fortune 500 in 1995 in 2020, 25 years hence. And you will be surprised, out of those 500, 483 still survive and they're doing extremely well. 17 newcomers have joined, of course. Those are the Googles and Apples and Microsofts, but it's only 17 out of 500. So please think that whatever we're talking of startups disrupting the whole world and might be, we're all going to be robots or everything is going to be virtual, rethink. 483 companies are still there and are doing quite well, they're thriving. I would encourage everybody to go through this podcast. It's on a Google podcast, it's free, and it's worth listening the 24 minutes what I spent. It gives us confidence to people like us and a lot of people who have got substituted as far as experience is concerned. Next, please. The final. What are the key takeaways for you as our friends and future leaders? Next. Technology is not everything. Please remember, it's a strong enabler. It is not the thing what you're going to use. So please remember, it's only an enabler for business or our lives. Next. Next, please. Delivery has to happen. I've told we can't survive with virtual. Next. Stick to basics, build strong fundamentals. A lot of times we try to learn new things and we forget our fundamentals. Fundamentals still help as long as your fundamentals and basics are right. You will always do well, whatever up and down you face. Next. Build a domain. Without a domain knowledge, especially when you're doing your MBAs, you will not survive the market. You will get disrupted yourself or you will feel frustrated because knowledge or information is so fast that you need to build a domain or expertise. Next. This is Gyan, but input-output ratio needs to be maintained. Next. Culture. If you ask the big leaders who are running companies, one competitive advantage is the culture of the company. Never underestimate that. When you create your own company or you work in a company, culture is that one competitive advantage which no competitor can copy. So always remember this, that culture at home, work, or in your social life is what going to make you successful or unsuccessful. Next. Ecosystem, build good people around you, good support system around you. Next. Finally, enjoy life, please. Be bindas, stay hungry and foolish. Don't take life so seriously. You will realize that it takes time to build a successful career, personally and professionally. Nothing happens overnight. However, you might get your groceries in 10 minutes. Life is a different ball game. So last. So one final, there's life beyond phone. So with this, I would like to say that let us remember the drivers, the cleaners, the laborers who worked in warehouses without taking a lockdown break and Wi-Fi. They are the people who ensured you got your groceries or medicines at home and we were all safe, and at least try to wade through these 3 concussions. Thank you. Over to Mr. Nitish. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much, sir. And it was really interesting to hear a different perspective on the similar things, and hearing it to a very basic, to the very core. And on the roti kapda makan plus Wi-Fi, I also believe that there is a resilience need to be brought in, not only in terms of service cost capacity, which we keep on talking about in logistics and supply chain, but also delight is one of the factors. However, how sustainable it would be, and as you rightly said, the physical plus digital systems need to work hand in hand, and the ecosystem need to get strengthened by these 2 forces to emerge as an overall winner. If the market or the ecosystem skews towards one, as you rightly put, that finally, howsoever digital is, that and one of the very famous poets, I was hearing some sarcastic poet who said that दुनिया कितनी भी digital हो जाए पर रोटी Google से download नहीं होगी. So I agree, and very nicely put perspective, sir. I would quickly request now Abhinav sir to also share his perspectives and what he feels about what we could expect, and what he sees, things which were there, which happened during pandemic in his perspective, and the future, of course, and some key pointers there. Abhinav sir, please.
So thank you. I hope you can hear me. Yeah,
you're audible, sir. Please. Yeah.
Right. I wish when I was an MBA student, I would have seen the slide Mr. Rajkiran was, sharing with us. It would have prompted me to leave my phone and make more girlfriends around. But I wish, But I think what has been shared earlier, I agree with you, Nitish, exactly points to the core. I always think that the large comments, simplistic comments make the big, most dent in everybody's life. But what I'm going to do in the next few minutes, I'm actually, we were sitting with I work for the SRL Diagnostics. So, as COVID, RT-PCR is now more a household name than it seems to be an esoteric word. And I think this is one of the rare instances in the entire globe where something has impacted every individual and everybody knows this. It's not, very limited to a generic set of people. I'm just going to share briefly what really happened. And I'll go back to when exactly the lockdown happened in India and the moment I heard that to what we, eventually came out. And eventually, and I'm talking about healthcare diagnostics because healthcare is a larger ecosystem, but healthcare diagnostics. So what is it that, mitigations have happened and how are we poised to sort of jump out of it? So the day the announcement came out that there is actually going to be a lockdown, and when it happened, I was sitting in the evening in the, in the drawing room of my house taking usual suspect telephone calls. And when I heard that, believe me, I did not know how to respond. I just did not know. If that tells you what is the stage of the concussion we felt, I don't know, it was severe, it was stroke, what it is, you can take the best guess. But most of the people, who were not in our job, somebody who's in a knowledge learning job, who was, let's say, in a different sort of banking job, it would keep on working. Oh, TK, tomorrow we'll be at home and we'll figure it out. But for us, it was terrible. In the next morning, So the business of logistics is very simple in diagnostics. They do two things. We actually pick up the samples of a patient wherever they are given, either in a collection center or in a lab or wherever, and we transport it to the nearest lab. Until it reaches the lab, there is no testing. Until testing happens, there is no report. Until there is no report, there is no revenue recognition. So you can't claim revenue. And secondly, for you as a patient to go to a collection center and do your tests, you need to have the tubes, the tourniquet, the cotton, the gloves available. That is the other half of logistics in diagnostics, where we procure these consumables and we dispatch them out to the network. In a large lab like ours or in any of the other listed labs, there are about 10,000 customer points. So you can very well assume that we need to procure and dispatch out. And then we also need to get the samples in. The next morning, we have about 700-800 riders who are getting the samples in on the roads across the country. Everyone started calling saying that the police walas are not letting us drive on the road. And multiple call came when people were being lathi charged, and police, they were not very clear what to do. They will just follow an order. So, this became such a sudden jolt that samples which were collected couldn't come. Samples which were on the way, people were forced to drop. And there was no clarity, how will we actually run the business the next day? So in long story short, sample movement on the road stopped. Intra-city movement stopped. Sample movement stopped between cities because the public networks, the railways also stopped. And we were, the railways is really a very important part. Sample movement in air stopped because all diagnostics are a hub and spoke play. We don't have every equipment in every lab. So it's, a usual suspect, the large 2 or 3 cities like a Bombay, Gurgaon will have everything. Stopped. And all commercial arrangements stopped. Or everyone stops. That was one of the things. The other thing which we actually started seeing, which was a human element, which was if you are a logistics rider boy who has a milk run, whose job is to go to 25 clients 3 times a day, collect the sample collection boxes, they became, consumed with fear. That what if I were to touch the logistics box, will I also get COVID? So one part is that the supply chains, were not working. The other part is my own boys who were my own role. They had an element of fear. And we also realized that, it's very human. They were fear that if something happens to me, there is no health insurance for me. We are on third party, we are on SRL role or whatever, There's an element of mortality. There's an element of the economics. And then there is an element of social ostracism. I mean, it's shameful to hear this, but, the boys who were putting the most effort on the road to collect the samples, when they were to go back at home in the evening, their neighbors and stuff would tell their parents that Aapka ladka to is collecting samples on COVID. Please be cautious. Don't let him come. And how do you cater for that? And, that is a logistics reality. Technology, no technology, irrelevant. This is a logistics human reality. Then the third thing we said that even if you mitigate most of this in diagnostics, eventually samples of COVID were packed. Only then they would be put in a box. Who does the packing? How many layers of packing? There is no reuse of material which is used for packing. So if I am assuming X amount of regular material, if you were using the same material and putting 3 or 4 layers of, let's say, a Ziploc bags and a cardboard box and sending the sample, earlier it would be reused. Now there is no reuse. So that basically means I can have a patient, I can have a sample, but if I don't have the material to transport, how will I ship out? That was a really big challenge. And there was my requirement for packaging became 20 times over. And in the middle, when nobody was willing to actually make packaging. Then another problem which we face, and to which I attributed that one part is logistics sample pickup, other is warehousing. So there were very, 1 or 2 warehouses where all stuff was, centralized, but health is a state subject. So if my warehouse is in Maharashtra and the other warehouse is in Gurgaon, and both the states went crazy saying no movement, nobody will come in, what do I do? So we therefore need to, have a business continuity that, for the interim, you need to have stock points, you need to move out. Otherwise, how will you ship out consumables to the network? So no revenue recognition will eventually happen. And then home collection. All of us know about home collection. It used to be a fad in the earlier time. Then it became a USP for diagnostic chain who said, our boy will come and pick up. I think now it's so normal. I mean, most of us expect that everyone will have home collection. It's not a great thing to just tom-tom about. Very few of us had enough home collection boys, very few. And the conversation was always that they have to be on roll. There has to be a certain level of decorum and a clinical capability. And it'll only be in a few cities, usual top 7-8 cities. However, we were not prepared on what to do across the entire demand of COVID. It was home collection. So, these are some of the ones. And then obviously we also suffered that sample integrity. So you've collected, people are not able to go, a lot of stuff. Eventually, you may have hundreds of people in home collection, hundreds and thousands of logistic delivery boys. Everybody, honestly, I'm being very candid, almost everybody fell sick. The only difference is that in a usual lifespan, people fall sick in a gradual curve. Here, everybody fell sick in a very, very brief period of time. There have been cases we've seen that in the larger cities of Bombay and Delhi, for logistics, we did not have a single home collection boys because over 100, 150 boys were themselves down with COVID. And there were the warriors who were actually going house to house, collecting samples, coming home, getting ostracized, falling sick. And after that, there was nobody to collect the samples. And then the government says that, we need more participation from private labs without giving any support in that regard. So if you look at it, the business of logistics and diagnostics is very, very human. It is very, very, it's very hand-driven. It's not so much digital. And obviously, when you have a lot of people who are picking up samples, there is limited technology, or there was limited technology. Traceability of sample was great to have in time because, you were predictable that in a few hours your sample will reach the lab. But this, again, exposed the entire reality that you can't rely. So as we all say that believe in God, but always lock your house in the evening. So there is only so much you can do. So you can believe in technology, but now you have to bring it in the front end. If you don't do it, great to have. So I think that's 50% of what I wanted to share, that these are sort of the challenges which the entire industry faces. I'm not speaking about SRL diagnostics only. This is entirely what a Lal, Metropolis, Thyrocare, everyone faced the same sort of challenges. Then, when all of this sort of went through, there was a conversation after like 15 days to 1 or 2 months, everybody started getting back on the feet. So while the entire focus in a boardroom is not a boardroom, like a regular leadership call, particularly is that, how to be on toes, get your work done, but also plan for a future. Because, well, you can plan when you know what is it that you're planning for, but nobody could assume that there will be multiple waves of COVID coming in. And every time something would happen, what would happen? There was never ever a lockdown in the country. What would happen? So you don't know what to plan for. So we did the best we could. And then, I'm just going to share some mitigation, and this is how the diagnostics healthcare has changed and is evolving. So in terms of sample storage and stuff, I think we've realized that do whatever you want to, do the best of your consulting engagements, do technology. In the end, it is important to have great relationships with your local authorities. If you can't do that, you will fail in healthcare. And we needed to run to the commissioners of police and the local authorities to get the iCards for the logistic rider boys, which I still need today. It's not that post the pandemic, the rider boys will be replaced by a driverless, Uberless car. That's not going to happen anyways. So we need to do that. We need to be very, very flexible in how we operate our business. We as an industry, Lal, Metro, Thyro, all of us actually joined hands to take approvals for privately hired taxis, which would run across the routes and get samples. Erstwhile, it was, in a regular world, you would never, collaborate with your competitor to do any logistics. But there is only 1 or 2 people who could actually get an approval for the government. So all of us tied on. and met and spoke like on a Zoom call like this, it would be very rare for the logistics and procurement persons of the labs to sit and collaborate. So that also happened, and I think that is going to happen more in the future. Then we've actually tied up with seemingly non-relatable industries. We have worked with Uber for medical cabs. We have worked with Amazon to take utilization of their jobless drivers and the grofers of the world in the entire time of pandemic. It helped us, it helped them. So you will see collaboration like that happening. In another thing which I certainly want to highlight is that, in any industry, in logistics, you will have to handle the basic unit, which is the human being behind it. It could be a driver, it could be a laborer, it could be a washer cleaner. For us, it was a logistics rider. You have to understand his shoes. You have to ensure that he gets what he needs: monetary, recognition, education, whatever you need. You have to motivate that fellow. And it's not false motivation. People are very smart to understand, to the effect that post-COVID, we've given enough recognition to the logistics drivers. As a standard policy, we've given hospitalization cover to the logistics rider and his entire family because he helped us then. That was important. We've even prioritized vaccination for our logistic riders. So that is how you can do it. And then the other thing which we have figured out is really about technology. And technology, 2-3 things which we have done and we will keep on investing. One is traceability of samples. Mr. Rajkaran had mentioned this is one of the top things which we are doing. Traceability of samples is imperative, not when it was picked up or when the box was picked up. I need to know, just like an Amazon page, sample pickup, sample in transit, where has it reached, when will I get it, when will it come in the lab? And traceability has to extend just beyond logistics also into the lab, that when will it reach the section, when will it go on the platform, and when will the report come? And all of us are end consumers who can understand this is the traceability we need. The other thing which we are definitely looking is we are trying to trace our riders real time. The moment I can have them like in a dashboard or a network center, I can look at the problem, I can draw runtime strategies to decongest, to have a connector, to do something, but I need real-time traceability of the chap also, which we are investing in. Third, you may not hear about it or have heard about it, but you will hear. We have done, the industry and, SRL and Lal both have done pilots with drone organizations. So I'll give you a very specific example. In the city of Delhi, there is a drive-through where people come in their car and give their COVID samples. My lab is 4 kilometers away from there. How many times a boy will come and take the sample? We've actually piloted with a drone who goes every 1 hour and drops the sample and comes. You will hear drone coming more and more into the logistics in, well, vaccine it is anyways there, but now more and more into diagnostics. Also, you will see. Then there will be a lot of changes around packaging systems, reusability. That has to happen. You cannot have just cardboard thermocol stuff. You cannot just say that I will use the a gel pack. You need way more sophistication. I mean, without getting into the specifics, I am very, very sure that there will be reusability and modular and affordable packaging systems which will now come into play. And certainly when I spoke about home collection, you will see this in the marketing efforts. You will see this in the investor presentations. Home collection, and that is also a form of logistics of collecting the sample by the company, is going to undergo a radical change, huge sustainability, more people, more traceability of sample. And in the end, I think if you look at it, warehousing, nobody really talks about warehousing. They say, yeah, warehousing is there. I think all the conversations which used to earlier happen as warehouse management system, should we invest? Should there be a business case? Abhi ruk jao. Next year we will do. All backend, seemingly backend, is now strategic end. All of this is now going to come in the future. And this will be a boardroom conversation and prioritize as CapEx or OpEx spends. That's sort of my general view on diagnostics and, how the entire thing has impacted us and how we are trying to come out of it.
Great, sir. Thanks a lot. And I believe listening to you gave me a much better, and I believe everybody a much better insight into what healthcare, I believe, than one of the industries which we anyways knew. But listening to you probably face the best, or I would say the worst of the uncertainty and complexity. What can come to logistics, both in terms of technology handling and, as you said, the basic unit, which is human beings, which are there. And as you rightly said, the trends are going to be more, and one of the very important statements you said, the back end will be the strategic end, is very, very crucial. That's a takeaway for me personally as well. So thank you so much for sharing these thoughts. And I would also, on the similar lines, now request, we have now the leader from logistics segment, we have the diagnostic and healthcare, and we have now Ajit sir, who is from the industry segment with us. I would request Ajit sir to share his perspective and views in terms of how the industry has been coping up specifically in this context, and what he sees as the way forward, or the changes which he saw, the transformation which he believes would follow, similar to the other panelists shared. So
Thank you.
over to Ajit sir. Yeah, please, sir.
So thank you, Mr. Nitish, and first of all, thanks to Mr. Rajkiran for such an informative and insightful presentation, and also thanks to Mr. Abhinav to share all the challenges which the medical fraternities and the medical segment faced during this period, because we were in a safe cocoon at home trying to manage our businesses and all that, but on-road challenges were something which were established over here, and it also shows the kind of commitment level which the entire maternity, the medical fraternity have been putting up over here. So thanks a lot. So coming to the industry challenges, I'll first touch upon the import part, and because that's where the challenge is. As our company is a net exporter, what it means is when my imports are less than my total export, it is called as a net exporter, right? Why I'm saying this is because we need to understand the challenges which happened in the last 2 years. To give an example, US is a net importer. US exports to 2,100 trillion of exports, and at the same time they do 2,400 trillion of imports. So if you minus this, it is 300 trillion extra import which they do, which means they are the net importer. If you look at the globe, China is a net exporter of 300 trillion. Similarly, Japan is a net exporter of 200 trillion. And if you look at Germany, it is around a net exporter of 500 trillion. So just to understand the entire globe, East is a net exporter. Middle East is a net importer. Europe is a net exporter, and the entire and the extreme west, which is US and the neighboring countries, is a net importer. So when we look at it, most of the containers are moving from the east to the west with the stock, and they come back sometimes empty, or sometimes they're carrying the stock, because obviously there is trade happening. Prior to COVID, the accuracy level of forecasting on the containers and the vessel availability used to be at around 85%. So it was fairly managed. We could predict, we could forecast, we could place orders, and we knew that our vendors will supply us in so and so time. So it was well greased mechanism. The costs were under control. Everything was going on fine. And then the sudden announcement in February 2020. Obviously, in the globe, it was February 2020. In India, the announcement was somewhere in mid of March 2020, where it's a pandemic hit. Countries started closing down one after the other. And whenever this happens, the importer is the first to take the call. Importer either defers his imports or cancels his orders. So this happened with basically US. They started canceling the orders, and then they started even deferring their orders. Resultant, what happened? The stocks which were produced by the exporters were either in their warehouse or in the customs, or already in the container yet to be shipped, or in transit of the ship. Now, this was the status. Now, with this kind of a situation, the marine companies decided to reduce their sailing. So they cut down on their sale, basically because they wanted to control the cost. So this is what was happening globally. Come a second half of 2020, now the fear of wave one is over. US volume went up by 16.5%. Right. So there is a sudden pull which the importer has started creating. Now what has happened? From Asia, from Europe, the containers started moving towards US. So all that is going towards that. But what is the status in US? We need to understand what is happening there. There was still lockdowns. Labor was an issue. Trucks were not available. Rail mechanism was not operating. And even the handling equipments for unloading the containers was not working. Resultant, there was a complete chaos at all the ports in US, and there was a consolidation of all the ships happening there. And this resulted into a huge load because all the US ports, the warehouses were full, the ships were waiting for clearance, or the ships were in transit waiting for their space. Now, this caused a sudden shortage in the container availability. And what happened? China and Germany, being the net exporters, the large net exporters, they were in demand of the containers. They were willing to pay any price to get whatever containers were available. Resultant, the freight cost went up by 7 times. The companies, the marine companies, the global marine companies, if you look at their P&L 2019, their EBITDA used to be around 2 to 3%. If you look at 2020 and 2021, their EBITDA is 35%. They made hell of a money in this period with minimal of transaction which is happening. So whatever capacity loss they had, it didn't matter to them, but because they made substantial revenue and substantial margins in this business. Now what happens? Well, things are slowly starting to stabilize, and in March 2021, another debacle happens. There is a ship which is sailing from Malaysia to Netherlands. It gets stuck at Suez Canal. This took 8 days to clear. Now the implication of these 8 days, 396 ships got delayed. $10 billion worth of business was stuck. And all this caused a chaos in the business and in the industry. Adding on to this was wave 2, and then followed with that the cyclone in the Asian region, and then also the cold wave in Europe, and now the third wave. So all this never allowed the I can say the jigsaw puzzle of logistics and global to settle down. Now the situation is, so these are all what happened in the last, I can say, 2 years. So now the prediction, and then what is the solution, especially for the students who will be passing out and then getting into the industry. So the prediction now is 2022 is going to be the same. There is going to be no improvement because all this kind of clearances which are required are not happening because the forecast and the prediction, which used to be 80 to 85% prior to COVID, is today at 20%. It is as low as 20%. So you don't know how much of the containers are sailing empty, how many containers are loaded, and how many containers are in which port. It is a very difficult task to know, understand, and handle. Resultant, the imports are delayed by nearly 2 to 3 months time, right? So predictability has become very difficult. Now, clearing the ports are still a challenge, especially in Europe and US, because they are still not stabilized. And unless those 2 zones where the ports are stuck If unless those ships are cleared from there, you don't get the capacity back in action. So it's basically a supply demand issue, right? There is a high demand and there is a very low supply of containers because containers are idling. It is not getting used properly. So this is how 2022 will be going. 2023, the challenge will be the international marine organizations regulations, which are talking about less of NO2 and CO2 emissions. So the ships will find it difficult of complying with it, and this may reduce further the capacity. But the good news is, with the surplus cash and the money which the shipping companies made, orders are already placed for additional capacity as per the new regulation. China is in full swing making containers and vessels. They earned a lot during this period from various sources. So this is one more source which they are earning. Those containers will start coming in. Ship breaking is stopped now for the moment because whatever is available, the capacity is actually pumped in. So 2023, we will find some easing, even in spite of the regulation coming in. So 2024, ship breaking will start. So there are companies like Musgao Dock and others will start getting the benefit of it. There would be new ships which will start coming in, new containers will start coming in, and this will ease the issue of supply, and thereby we will see some price correction which will happen as far as the import freights are concerned. So this is the prediction. So what is in it for us? So there is something which the industry needs to do, something which we need to do. So all the students who would be going into industry needs to know a couple of things, which is correct your forecast. Forecasting is going to be the key. Use all the technology which is available, use all the spreadsheets, use all the experience which is there in the company to evaluate and figure out what is the right mix, right? Else you will be producing something which is not the requirement of the factory, and it would be idling and remaining in your capacity, which is going to be waste. So forecasting is the key. Built in your lead time properly in order to ensure that material reaches you in time, so that there is no gap in the material availability. And know very well that capacity is going to rule over price in the next 2 years, and hence focus more on capacity rather than looking at price cutting. These are the couple of things which I would like to leave for the students. Now, from the industry point of view, I would only leave one more sentence for the students is to look at STAR. So what is the STAR? STAR is what exactly Abhinav mentioned about, is sharing the risk. When he spoke about how they collaborated with Amazon, they collaborated with Zomato and others. This is what the industry needs to do. Like, for example, today, what we are doing, we buy a lot of plastic. So what we do, we are going beyond the writing instrument space and looking at who are the other consumers of plastic, pooling in the resource and trying to see if we can buy together with a ratio understanding how much each will consume, take warehouses on hire and trying to keep it in stock so that we don't go out of stock at any point of time. So sharing the risk is very important. And sharing the risk is not within the industry, as what Mr. Abhinav rightly said. The example is apt over here. It have to be cross industry. Like, for example, classic example, what happened is about the chip shortage or the semiconductor shortage. When you saw in 2020, there was a huge impact because of lockdown. Automobile industry canceled the orders. The entire chip making and the semiconductor making industry was in doldrum. They didn't know what to do. There were discussions going on whether to shut down the plant for momentarily. And suddenly something else picked up, which is basically work from home and offline education. The need for desktop and laptop shot up, right? Which called in for additional microchips and the semiconductors. Now they are sitting with back orders. And now when the demand for automobile came up and automobile industry went for ordering, they are not getting space because these industries are going in full org making chips for all the electronic items. So this is the challenge, and hence sharing the risk is the key critical thing which you have to be kept in mind now, which is within the industry as well as within cross industry. The next is the T. And T is 3 T's over here, which is very important: transparency, trust, and technology. When you are having this sharing the risk, the most important thing is you need to be transparent. You cannot be hiding information when you are trying to collaborate with someone, which is basically transparency and trust. Both are the same. You need to trust the partner and you should also be transparent when you are sharing the data, else there is no collaboration. And the third is technology. Take technology to your maximum advantage so that you get the best out of it. And how technology can be used, we have been hearing about blockchain and all that stuff. Yes, these are at a very, very nascent stage. It have to be evolved, and we need to look at how it can benefit the entire industry as well. The last is A&R, which is talking about automated recommendation. So if you have shared the risk, if you are transparent and you are creating a trust with the partner and you are taken advantage of the entire technology, you need to figure out, and there are expertise within the country. We need not even go abroad. There are companies like Infosys, TCS, and Mindspace, and there are many companies who are in a position to give us an automated recommendation, which will pull in the data, figure out as to where the material is, in what form it is, how it is there. So it is going backward integration as well as forward integration of the entire information channel, which can be used to the benefit. So we are not losing out on any kind of a data which is there. Like, for example, just a simple thing, the material indexes, what kind of materials we buy, what is the index basis which the material prices are there, what is the kind of labor cost which is applicable at each of the state, how it is moving, and what is the kind of electricity rate which is applicable. So just like a simple model of this, if this is there, and if this data is extracted from the system and given to us on a periodic basis, on a click of a button, we would know how much is 80% of my cost. And if that is moving, we know that either we are in a good pitch or we are in a bad turf where we need to start taking control of the situation. So this is the message of mine. One is right forecasting. No, next 3 years, capacity will rule over the price. So capacity is what you need to take control. And the most important thing is focus on the star, which is what will help you control the entire logistics management, be it international or be it in domestic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and very, very good points covered on the exim part of it during your conversation. And I missed upon earlier speaking about it, but as Abhinav sir said, and you mentioned later on, the collaborative consumption is something which need to be given a probably a thrust and direction from industry by having 3 T's, or the kind of initiatives which both of you mentioned are really, really interesting as the entire ecosystem is progressing towards handling this. So we have already heard the very excellent views which came in. And before I request team to go to Q&A, one last thing, since we are in the presence of the students, and they are also going to come out of some of you already touched upon it, but I would quickly like just one statement, a key takeaway for students from Rajkiran sir, Abhinav sir, and Ajit sir respectively, before we move to Q&A. Please, sir.
The key takeaway as far as we are concerned is resilience. So we need to be resilient because that's what COVID has taught us. Let's be resilient.
Great, sir. Abhinav sir.
Very clear. Be adaptable and flexible. That is the behavior. You may use technology, you may use numbers, you may use analysis. In the end, your behavior has to be flexible and adaptive.
Great, sir. Thank you, sir. Ajit, sir.
I would say coexistence because it's a win-win model, be it vendor, be it customer, or be it we. The chain needs to be very smoothened out, and coexistence is what is important.
Great. So just to summarize and very nicely put forward, the coexistence, flexibility, adaptability, and resilience are going to be a theme further. I totally agree to it. And thank you so much for expressing your views and sharing it to the entire team. Over to Tattv team for Q&As and taking it forward. Thanks a lot.
That was indeed an engaging session. I thank the panelists and the moderator for such a deep and informative discussion.
We shall now move to the Q&A session. I request the delegates to please post the questions in the chat box.
Sir, the first question is from Mr. Pavan Anand. His question is to Nitish sir. Is not concussion indirectly talking about survival of the fittest? What can be the plan of action for developing countries like India when we already have problems like population to deal with?
I would just put a perspective to this question, and I would request Rajkiran sir, Abhinav sir, Rajesh sir, please put your views in case I miss on something. But population is a problem, and that is why Rajkiran sir expressed that the kind of I would say hurricane we faced when there was oxygen shortage, this itself and the way we handled it, the way it came, and probably once we read the case studies which will come, will tell us what initiatives went into it and how well or what was the room of doing the other things was there. Coming to survival of the fittest, I would say it is the survival of fittest, but the key is to understand what will make you fittest. So, or what will make you ready to survive in these situations. Which basically the essence was there in the discussions. I would believe the crux of survivability or surviving and thriving kind of a thing lies with what kind of attitude and approach we take when the times are good. So as we say, the more we focus upon things which are going to impact the logistics or supply chains or our businesses put together during the worst of the times, and take a right mitigation measure through technology or through collaboration or through any initiatives which can help us mitigate those risks and also address it well, would probably define our trajectory in such times. So it is survival of the fittest, but our focus should be on what would make us fit or keep us fit, I would say, in the times we are in.
Thank you so much, sir, for answering this question.
The next question is by Mr. Venkatesh. He greets everyone in the panel. His question is directed to Rajkiran sir. The question says, the biggest impact of technology in a supply chain nowadays is perhaps on logistics. It is this area which is becoming a pinch point due to supply chain's ability to meet increasing demand. However, it is also the area which really stands to become more efficient with increased visibility. So how can the visibility be increased in logistics?
It's a tough question. Good, he was not my teacher who set the question paper. So that way I'm a bit lucky. But a simple answer, and Mr. Nair covered it. The challenge pre-COVID, the challenge during COVID, challenge post-COVID is going to be demand forecasting. Any visibility is possible if your accuracy of demand forecasting is more than might be 75% or 80%. Nobody is going to achieve 100, nobody is going to achieve even 90 or 80. So the best way to build visibility using technology is to increase the demand forecasting. Your life will be simple as a practitioner. So I'll stick to one word, which is actually a thesis in itself, which is demand forecasting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
The next question is from Mr. Rahul. His question is for Abhinav sir. Healthcare logistics is one of the most complex network and requires continuous improvement over time to mitigate the current challenges. What, in your opinion, can be the best logistic practices that can help derive the right balance between quality and cost and help overcome unpredictability and uncertainty?
I think there are too many things which somebody has asked for in the same question, but I'll tell you a simple way to approach it. It's a mindset. I mean, the way to look at it is, point number one, whatever you're solving for, don't solve in isolation, as if it's a logistics problem only. So especially in diagnostics, the problem is not cost. The problem is that you need to deliver the accurate, or let's say collect the sample and ensure it reaches the lab in the shortest amount of time with the intact sampled integrity. That is where the entire conversation starts. So my primary point of starting is not the cost. My primary point is, can my sample reach in 2 to 2.5 hours? Otherwise, the sample is lost. Then my second point is that post that, it's a simple evaluation of what options, usual or coexisting or any other options you can come up with. And then you evaluate the TAT and costing. In the end, do analysis, do paralysis, but if you don't execute, it's all down to zero. Very simple answer.
Thank you so much, sir, for answering this question.
In the interest of time, we will have one last question. The question is from Mr. Ronak. He shares his regards to everyone in the panel. The question is directed towards Mr. Ajit. The question reads, many world-class commercial companies have reduced inventories significantly and now rely on real-time information coupled with rapid transportation to meet customers' demand. Much of the inventory is in motion in the logistics pipeline. How can outsourcing and also leveraging information technology help in building logistical advantage for the future?
Good question, Ronak. Actually, the kind of question what you asked is something which is asked in most of the boardrooms now. And the simple answer to this is understand and recognize what is your core competency. Is your core competency the product or manufacturing or sale or distribution or logistics management or people management? If you know what your core competency is, focus on that, because now the entire house is on fire, right? You cannot be asking for money for every bucket of water, right? Because every bucket of water is going to save your house. So look at what is your core competency. So if your core competency is manufacturing, focus on that, take help from outsourcing and build up a strong, fundamentally strong logistics, learn from their experience and implement it after 2 years time, so that you gain the benefit of their experience, their exposure and their learning. Don't reinvent the wheel now. At the same time, if your strength is logistics, then focus on that and try and see what best can be done, how you can pool the resource, how you can get the benefit of it so that the industry benefits out of it and pass it on to them. So as I said, coexistence, this is where the thing is, coexistence with knowing your core competency is what is important. So if your core competency as the company is not into logistics, focus on what the core competency is and let the experts do their work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the answer. I thank all the panelists and the moderators for joining us at Tattv 2022. It was a pleasure having you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We shall now move to the closing ceremony of Tattv 2022. Every beginning has an end, and every end is a new beginning, rightly said by Mr. Santosh Kalwar. Let me now call upon Ms. Rakshita Parvatikar, student convener of Tattv 2022, to give a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Shivang. Good afternoon to one and all present here. We have now successfully completed our 15th edition of National Operation Summit Tattv 2022. We could witness industry stalwarts sharing their invaluable views and practical acumen on current industrial revolutions and best operational practices. Many thanks to all the keynote and panel discussion speakers for their illuminating insights. Special thanks to our Director, Dr. Vandana Sonmani ma'am, our Deputy Director, Dr. Ratna Paluri ma'am, our Faculty Convener, Dr. Surendra Kansara sir, our Faculty Mentor, Corporate Relations, Dr. Yashamandira ma'am, our Assistant Professor, Dr. Asha ma'am, for their valuable inputs and guidance. Also, would like to thank our faculty, administration, accounts, IT department, and staff for their immense support throughout. Additionally, I would like to thank our mentors from the senior batch for helping us chart out our plans and for being a constant source of encouragement. I'm incredibly proud to be a part of a dynamic team. Kudos to them. Can't thank enough our program and events vertical for coming up with trending themes and a rich, varied list of industry's best national and international speakers. Our registrations vertical for being diligent and bringing in curious supply chain minds from across the industry and academia. To the digital infrastructure team for their relentless efforts for ensuring a seamless digital experience. The communications and PR vertical for creatively illustrating our visions and for a better outreach for Tattva. The comparing team for being a wonderful host throughout. The sponsorship vertical for their dedication to make this event even more huge by gaining support from the sponsors. A sincere gratitude to the sponsors as well. We hope we could conduct an amazing expedition for the experts and enthusiasts. As rightly said, there is no real ending. It's just the place where you stop the story. Awaiting to see you all again next year. This is Rakshita, the student convener of Tattva 2022, signing off. Stay healthy, stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us in the 15th episode of Tattva 2022. The whole family of SIOM would like to thank all the delegates for being diligent and such a wonderful audience for the entire event. We would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. NovaRx, our global training partner, Radio Vishwas 90.8, our official radio partner, Dare to Compete, our outreach partner, Campus Times Pune, our youth partner, ISCEA, SC Next India, global knowledge partner, The Celerity, our magazine partner, Interview Buddy, our education partner, Startup Talkie, our media partner, Notice Bud, our digital media partner, Bodani Bros, a snacking partner, DU Beat, a newspaper partner, Design Atelier, our gifting partner, and ED Times, a blogging partner.
I hope to meet and interact with all the delegates in person at next year's Tattva. Till then, I, Kajal Pahel,
and Shivang Gasota are signing off.
This session will end here, but the delegates can still interact with each other in the breakout room. Awaiting to see you again at next year Tattva 2023. Wishing you good health and prosperity today and always. Take care. Thank you.